News coming out of the stands, according to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. Martin, welcome. It's Christmas Eve.
I wore red, trying to be festive.
I wore a St. Louis Steamers hoodie.
Trying to be festive.
Thank you very much. It's 101 ESPN.
Who's your
YouTube.
favorite steamer?
Carl Rose, Don Ebert, Redmond Lane, Slobo, Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Tony Bellinger's live. Steve Petcher. Shout out Troy Robertson.
Lavin. Yeah, that's a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about my show prep. Yeah, you can call in on your St. Louis Steamers, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can't see my Steamers hoodie on the YouTube chat. I'm standing on only 3 phone books today because I'm wearing 4-inch lifts. My wife got me 4-inch lifts for Christmas, and they came in early.
Was it on your list? Was it high on your list?
Hey, I saw something on TikTok. There's a guy who's 5'5", who's now 6'3" because of these lifts. Can you get him for me? Can you get him for for me.
Wouldn't it be better if she just installed them into your shoes without you knowing? You're like,
Installed.
You're like,
Got in the car and bumped your head.
You're like, feeling confident today.
God.
Walking around a little Tim, looking good.
That would have to be, I'm trying to think of the ultimate turn-offs for women, and that would have to be
Hosting morning
top of the
sports
list.
radio.
Hosting morning sports radio. Yeah.
Yet the guys who do it tend to think they're tough and cool.
Tough and cool.
It sounds cooler than it actually is.
Wow. Isn't it a shame to hear young 26-year-old
That's so
Jackson?
disappointing.
Yeah.
Well, you tell people that, and they're like, oh, that's really interesting and cool. And then they hear it, and they're like, ugh.
Wow, that hurts.
Martin, I mean,
All right, let's
that had
start
to
the
come
show.
right-
Let's start the show. Let's just start yelling at it. The Jets have got to do something about this ownership.
Nice.
I can't take it anymore. Get the kids playing Madden, making decisions. Get out of here with that. Okay, what else?
This is huge.
Right. I was talking with that Kelly Chase yesterday,
Chaser.
and just BSing, and I don't even know how it came up. He goes, I'm just sitting around here, and I go, well, hey, Martin and I'll be just sitting around tomorrow. And he goes, well, I'll come on, just laugh in the morning with you boys, tell some stories. I go, sounds good to me. Yeah. So, Chaser is dealing with his second round of treatment for leukemia and is down at Siteman. So I believe at some point, could be in the next handful of moments, but at some point today, he is going to join us on the program and just kind of have a little Christmas Eve BS session. And I don't know if there's anybody better. How about this one? I'm legitimately curious to hear your answer to this because we have about the same time frame point of reference. Mount Rushmore of St. Louis sports storytellers in the last 50 years.
You'd want him as a guest. You'd want him in studio.
You'd want to be sitting having a cocktail with him.
Chaser.
Yep, that's agreed.
Dan Deerdorf.
Oh, now see, I don't know Deerdorf as well as you do.
Great guest, great talker.
Yeah, I bet.
Always funny.
I've had him on a few times, but now that you mention that, that's probably a nice
Glib.
play.
Joe Buck for sure. Pronger.
Pronger's a nice play. Let me send him a text, see what's doing.
Pronger, Chaser. Hully, just entertaining as all get out. He'd probably get sick of us and get up and walk out or be annoyed. It's just stupid.
Yeah, he sucks.
We had him on at the old... Well, it was the all-new 590, which Frank said for like 7 years. The all-new 590. But we had Holly and Charlie and I were recording it for the next day. And he calls in. We're getting everything set up, technically correct. And he sounded grouchy. And I said, what's wrong with you? And he goes, sick of being Brett Hall. Jesus. And I said, what does that mean? And I think at the time he was sort of an ambassador for the team. And so he had to make a lot of appearances. And I said, well, I wouldn't mind being Brett Hall for a day. He goes, take it. Mount Rushmore, though, it's got to be Joe Buck, Pronger for sure, Deerdorf, and I'll go Chaser. And then we're probably sleeping on somebody.
2-pound carrot cake.
That's
Claves.
one right there. Claves is
He's
live
a good
as hell.
hang, as they call it.
Yes. I can't believe you're leaving this one out.
Well, I'm going to...
Well, once
Rich Gould.
I say, I mean, now, of course, he's passed, so maybe that's the reason you're leaving
Jack
him out.
Buck?
I would include
Mike Shannon.
Jack Buck and Mike Shannon, yeah.
Shannon, though, would also get up and leave, which I was... Live at Shannon's was the greatest thing to be invited to do.
Oh, my God. I still can't believe that went out over the air.
And it would be...
I can't believe this goes out over the air.
And Mike Shannon, he had it figured out. They didn't take breaks. They would go like 30, 40 minutes. But Mike would tell a million stories. I was so excited because I had one that was connected to his story. I was ready to chime in. Yeah, think about Drysdale. And he does this whole story. And another time, I was there, and then Aaron comes over, and he tells this whole story. And I'm just waiting. And I said, oh, you know what, Mike, that really reminds me. And as I'm talking, he takes his headset off and goes to the bathroom. He got up and walked away while I was talking.
We had him
Which
on.
I understand people do a lot.
This was like in the early days of TMA. So you leave the program October 2006. Doug comes in, and the Doug Vaughn that TMA listeners have gotten familiar with over the years was not the Doug Vaughn starting. He's trying to find his place. And early on in Doug's tenure, so this would have been 2007, 2008, we have Shannon on, and the Cardinals are playing the Nationals. And, hey, tip of the cap to producer Joe, because he would, get guests on for these segments that you look back on. You're like, God, yeah, Mike Shannon on just for the Cardinals National Series. That seems like something you're going to do for a bigger...
Felt more like a Bob Carpenter visit.
But, hey, tip of the cap to producer Joe. He aimed high. And Shannon's talking about, something or another, and we can hear that he's using the restroom. I mean, it's crystal clear. And if it wasn't crystal clear by what was tip of the cap, strong stream, the flush officially made it so.
A little bit of an LBJ.
Stallone. Look up Stallone.
And then for whatever reason, maybe the Cardinals, I guess they were going to be playing the Nationals. They weren't playing the Nationals. And then Doug just asked a question, just kind of offhand, not a big deal, about the Nationals. And for whatever reason, it set Shannon off. Why am I only talking about the Nationals? I don't get to the Nationals, talk about the Cardinals. Doug just was like, oh boy, this thing's going to be a little tougher than I thought it was going to be. I just asked Mike Shannon about the Nationals, and for whatever reason, set him off.
Oh, I have so many Shannon stories. One of my favorites is CBC asked if I would help with the Shannon event. He would always have Fairmount Park racetrack fundraiser. And I said, what do you need me for? And it's Mike's event. He hosts it. And they go, yeah, but every once in a while he just kind of walks off and nobody's at the podium and running the auction. And they said, just kind of be. I was like in the bullpen. Yeah. So I'm just sitting there like listening to Mike. And he's like, all right, where's Kilcoyne? Hey, get up here for a little bit. And I get up there, I'm like, hi, everybody. It's Mike's event. And they're like, oh, Shannon's leaving. What's this guy? And I'm like, okay, let's keep the dollars coming in. How about a year's supply of car wash? Like just lame items, and I'm just dying. But I get through a couple, and then there's like a oil painting, like it's listed as worth $5,000, but you can have it for $3,000. Just terrible. And it's not going well. And Shannon out 15 minutes later, give me that mic, and he like grabs the mic from me.
He's had it up.
And I go, please. And he said, all right, next item. What do we got on here? Car wash with oil paint. Yeah, who wants to go fishing? And he goes, who want to go? I'll take you fishing. Give me $5,000. And people start bidding.
Your hands up, go crazy.
He looks around. He says, where Whitey at? Whitey Herzog is there. He said, Whitey, you going too? All right, Whitey and me take you fishing for a day. People are like throwing money around. I swear to you, this happened. Where Red at? Red, you want to go? And Red's like, what? He goes, yeah, you're going. And he's like, Whitey, Red, me, we'll take you fishing for a day. All right, we'll get some beers and tell some stories. And people are bidding like crazy. Stan Musial's there. And he goes, where's Stan at? Stan, you're going too. And I'm like, how big is the boat? And he's got an item. Red, Shane needs, Whitey Herzog, Stan Musial, and Mike Shannon are going. It gets like $20,000.
Oh my God!
Because there's somebody, there's a bunch of rich guys there, and they're throwing money around. Like, this sounds like the coolest thing that'll ever happen.
Yes.
And he gets it. Where we at? 20. That's good. He gives him mic. He goes, that's how you do it. He walks away.
He kind of dunked on you.
And then I go, okay, so we still have those car washes for bid.
And then you took right back over.
Why don't we take a quick break here, all right?
Just cleared the whole donation.
I mean, and Mike just,
that's incredible.
That's how he lived his whole life. I mean, he just did whatever he wanted.
Boy, that sums it up as concisely as possible. He did whatever he wanted. Hey, friends of the Feather, you can watch the program with the delectable Danny Pintaro and Kevin Nixon in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can stream it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMASTL app. And I'm talking Schaefer Door Company here, Jackson. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
That's Jason Gosserhouse Company. And they're online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. Schaefer Door, longtime sponsor here on TMA, sponsor of the TMA STL app, which you can download and then podcast this program anytime you would like. Schaefer Door is set up a number for our audience, and the number is 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. It's Schaefer Door Company.
Dossier says loose program today.
We talked about that yesterday. It's going to be a loose program.
What was yesterday? A big show?
Yeah, it was a big show.
Dossier dictates the mood, the tone, and it said big show. Today it says loose.
I would imagine when I was asking yesterday, what do you think? 50% of people were not working a full day yesterday. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I would say, how many people are even working today?
20%? And maybe that's high?
I kind of like that number. I was going to go 17.
Yeah. I think that's
16 and a half.
In that range. Yeah.
Roads are a little quiet. Now, they're pretty quiet at 6:30 most days,
Well,
but I could tell a difference
I just
today.
think a Wednesday Christmas is like a real tough spot for a lot of industries. I mean, obviously, when you have like people who deliver packages and stuff, and God bless them, that's working like crazy right now. But like if you're kind of in the office Wednesday, Christmas, middle of the week, kind of tough. Maybe you do a little work on Tuesday, but probably from home.
Yeah.
If you can, some places you can't, but if you can, with work from home now.
Are you past having to do Christmas Eve and Christmas sportscasts?
I am. Now, we try as a team, we always divvy it up. So there's Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and then New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
Absolutely.
So five slots.
I was in the rotation with Savard and Doug, and I would lose out, as I should have, as you might imagine.
Sort of miss having Joel Goldberg on the staff this time of year because he would grab a couple of those Christmas days. But we divvy it up.
Shout out.
And Rich Goldberg. Now, here's the thing. I'm not working Thanksgiving, okay? And I'm not working Christmas, okay? So I'm like, all right, so I'll take Rich out of the rotation real quick. And he said, but I like bowl games, so I don't mind working New Year's Day. And if you want, I'll come in New Year's Eve. I can get home and have a little pop before bed. I'm good. So he would always take the New Year's bullets. So this year, as it played out, and I don't know how it happened, even though I'm in charge, I was off Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. And I didn't mean to do that. It just,
oh, wow.
The two younger guys, one said, I want the whole week of Thanksgiving. I don't care. I'll come back and work. Okay, fine. The other guy said, I really want Thanksgiving off. I want Christmas. Anyway, it worked out. So
God bless.
I am off television today, tomorrow, Thursday. I am working Friday, but we've got the Holiday Bowl. Tim, you probably know that's a big night.
Wow.
The station put out a Friday
5-1 on who's playing in the Holiday Bowl, and if I could figure, I feel like Washington State might be involved.
Yes. We're the home of the Pac-12. We'll run CW. There's two teams. We got an internal email this year that said, hey, FYI, guys, CW is the home to the Pac-12 football. And I said, is there Pac-12 football? There's two teams.
But you got them.
And they played each other twice, I think.
I think next year they play each other twice.
Oh, the other team, though.
Washington State. I know if Clemson would have lost to SMU, they would have been dealing with that.
So we're ACC?
I
I don't think it's a prominent name. It's because Washington State stood out
Is
to me.
it Pitt? I'm going to go guess Pitt.
I was going to throw NC State out there, it's a total guess. Jackson could be live. Chairman Kurt has the answer.
Syracuse.
Oh,
Really?
Wow. Fran.
Oh, that's our guy,
The
Jackson.
GOAT.
That's our
I'm
favorite
locked
GOAT.
in.
I apologize.
I'm watching this.
Now there's a chance, if I could find it, that I would watch it. And this is on Friday?
Friday on 2 Fox, yeah.
They don't opt out either. They're going to be playing. He said it. He
Is that
said,
right?
we don't opt out.
We like Fran.
Yeah, he said it.
Oh, yeah.
He said, my guys like to play football. I said, hell
And
yeah.
shower.
We need
when they win.
to get him on the program.
He could be. When Doug's out.
I just thought of something.
Fran.
Chaser has an incredible Shannon story, and it's something
my
that,
God.
I mean, he's got a million.
Yeah.
We had him
But-
on the day after Shannon passed away. He had some awesome ones.
But they went fishing. I'll let him tell the story. But they were stuck in the middle of nowhere, and they got mad at the fishing guide or whatever. And Shannon said, we're getting out of here. And Chaser's like, how are we getting out of here? It's like the remote island in Canada. He said, I'm calling a guy who's got a plane. he goes like, 4 hours later, the plane's there, like taking us out of this remote spot in Canada.
He told us that
We'll take
hunting
your
story.
Shannon story.
He told us the hunting story about Shannon. That was so funny. It was so good.
Well, we might get one today. I sent him a text before the show started, and I was texting when we were talking yesterday afternoon. I'm just telling you, man, that guy, I mean, it's no surprise. I feel like it's one person when you were talking in St. Louis that everybody either does actually know or feels like they know. And, it's a private conversation, but his perspective, his attitude, his entertainment, it's just like you're having a conversation on the air. And I don't think anything would really change. I guess we'd edit out the profanity, but other than that, it's the same kind of thing. So hopefully Chaser will join us on the program, and it could be in the 7 o'clock hour, could be in the 8 o'clock hour, could be in the 9 o'clock hour. Hell, I don't know. 10 o'clock hour, you got onboarding, so I'll try to get it in the first 3 hours.
He was going to have his bone marrow transplant in January. I think it got moved up. Because remember,
past Thursday.
Because he was going to have a chance to go to the Classic. Remember, do the radio, was it, with Pat Foley or NHL Network, which I think now Federico is doing. So obviously things have moved up. And he said, even when he went into the hospital this time, I'm feeling great. I look different than I did a year ago. Like last year, you could look at me, you knew I was sick. He goes, this year I feel great. Mm-hmm. But he said once they do the bone marrow transplant, because that's when it gets your ass kicked. He said, that's when you're going to notice.
He was dealing with some, as you can imagine, dealing with some stuff. But yet the attitude and the entertainment, I'm just like, this guy's something else. And I wasn't like, I just was texting him to say what's up. And then we wound up talking for a while. And I'm like, well, if you're just sitting around, didn't you really want to come on and just laugh, then God bless, and let's screw off. So hopefully we'll get a big screw off Christmas Eve here on 101 ESPN. Martin, you have somebody you'd like to tell the audience about. What do you got here?
Well, we got Auto Loan Pro. Go ahead and tell you. Yeah, these folks are great. This is the Robert Thomas commercial you see during Blues games. You go to their website, autoloanpro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas as well. And once you get to that website, just scroll down a little bit, and there's a playbook there. So it's not just about buying a vehicle, but it's also understanding your credit score, how it's developed, how you're able to afford certain things and some cars that you can't afford. But you're going to learn this all through the Auto Loan Pro. Get your life and credit back on track. Little to no money down. Going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making a large purchase with finance can be complicated, especially if you've had any hiccups. The Auto Loan Pro will help you get back on track. They work with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing. Check them out, autoloanpro.com. It's a great website. The playbook is right there. Download that, and you'll really learn a lot more than just buying a car. It's going to help educate you. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is in. This is 101 ESPN. Now is the time the playoffs begin. Summer is over, a red October. The quest for the best will put you to the test.
Is this for Chaser? Is Chase on?
Oh, nice. Is that what this is about, Jackson?
I literally opened up the folder with all of our Cardinal songs and just clicked. I didn't even look to which song it was.
If he calls in, then we should be saying, Chase is on. The Chase is on. Tim, the scary thing is Tim knows the lyrics.
I do.
I know. I mean, dude, we've heard these songs like a million times.
You need to see the music video. You'd be very intrigued. You're welcome to call in. Jackson says it's a loose program today.
I'd say.
Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you are also welcome to text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. The YouTube chat is active for a Christmas Eve, in which I would imagine most people had no idea we were even doing a program, and most people, of course, not working today. And God bless you, and God bless these United States of America. I see coaches John and Dean Ellis Jackson, you guys have talked about the beer snob guy, the vacation tracker guy. Mm-hmm. What were the most annoying types of guys at the Missouri University? Thanks, and I'll hang up and listen. That's from coaches John and Dean Ellis. All right, now, so what that means, Martin.
Yeah, I'm going to need the decoder ring.
Okay, is person that you encounter in life. So beer snob guy, soccer guy takes hits often, at work, vacation tracker guy, and by vacation tracker guy, it's like coworker who gives you trouble about taking time off. That would be vacation tracker guy. Who else would be some of these over time to give the audience a better point of reference?
Soccer guy,
beer snob guy, vacation tracker guy.
Probably music guy. Who
Music elitist guy. That gets Doug going.
Like won't go to a venue bigger than the Duck Room.
Like hates was like, oh, I knew them before they were.
Yeah.
I don't like any of the news stuff.
Nothing mainstream. Yeah, there's that guy.
My favorite band's Television. You'd have to go look it up. It's from the 70s.
Right, has like a big vinyl collection. Yeah, that would be a music guy. Trying to think of
cycling guy.
Cycling guy.
That's a strong lobby to not mess with.
I was going to say, don't even bring it up.
But there's levels to it though. There's like cyclists who really know what they're doing, and they're almost always like,
oh, Martin Jackson's going down the road.
Be careful, bro.
Like
they'll be out front soon.
I'm telling you, like
Might take them a minute to get here, but they'll be out front.
they're pedaling though. The cyclist guy, like some of them are like totally have great wherewithal, know what they're doing, not mess around. It's like the casual biker who bypasses all traffic laws because they're wearing the dumb cleats that they can't put their feet on the ground too easily, and that's where I have a problem. And then get mad at you because you're just driving on a road.
Beer snob guy. We had an engineer at Fox 2, and he traveled a lot when we would go on the road for spring training and other places, and he loved just unique beers. So what's the place in Jupiter? It's like the Tap House or the Yard House? Or something?
Yard House.
And it has 500 beers available, domestic, international. And they bring out the menu with 500 beers. And he takes the thing and he goes, yeah, but what do you have in back? And I said, there's 500 beers. He goes, no, they always have something else in back. I'm like, so try that the next time. Next time you're out, show off for everybody and just say, what do you have in back?
So this person asked who I encountered at Mizzou in that regard.
That's correct. That was from coaches John and Dean Ellis. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where some friends have gathered on Christmas Eve morning, Jackson.
I was thinking about it. To me, there was a guy who works at the bar on his off night. And that guy is like...
I don't even understand this concept.
So, like, you have a buddy who works at the bar, but they're not working that night, and you go out to the bar with them, and they cut the line, and they make sure everyone knows about it. They're like, oh, don't worry, I work here, bro.
So they're hanging out at their place of work on their night off.
But they're acting like they own the place.
I'll grab you guys a couple quick ones.
Exactly, and then they come back 40 minutes later, and they only have one beer for themselves. They're, like, sitting on top of the bar, acting a fool.
Wow, you're thinking of somebody specific with this.
Yep.
Wow.
Why don't you use the name?
They're probably not listening. Like
100% not, but there is that's like the only, because like college is like kind of everyone assimilates to a certain extent. You become independent, but you also become very similar to the other people around you. So it's tough to like identify a guy.
What about Kansas City guy from Mizzou people? I mean, I have no idea. I just always assume they're like, yeah, man, Chiefs, yeah, Royals. Isn't there kind of a Kansas City thing?
Now, that was something I experienced when I was in school there. I don't know if it's as prominent now. I think Missouri has a larger out-of-state representation than it does from Chicago in particular.
Yeah, I didn't have any Kansas City friends.
Yeah, but that was a thing then. We're getting a lot, Martin, on Bourbon Guy.
That's a new phenomenon, yes.
Bourbon Guy.
Yeah.
Eric in the Central West End says NBA update guy is the worst.
I'll take it.
Is that a thing?
If there's anyone else out there doing it,
is it you and Jay
hit me
Reynolds?
Up. Yeah, we'll unionize.
Jake Reynolds?
Who's the ESPN update guy?
I thought you were talking about Jake Reynolds on the Lister of the
fan
month.
Page. What's up?
What's up? What's
Who's
up?
What update guy?
On ESPN. The
Orlovsky?
No, like... actual updates, like top of the hour. His name is like Jay Reynolds or Jay Reynolds. I'm Jay Reynolds with your Sports Center update. Yeah, you've heard.
Should I go by my initial? I'm Jay Burkett.
Yeah.
Oh, I kind of wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, because like all these like the super elite are like they have the first initial, then their name, then their last name. J. Robert Oppenheimer.
What's up? I'm just going to say that when I'm a little lost.
What's up?
How about the new one here, Tim? Just said pickleball guy.
It says new to pickleball guy.
Oh, new to pickle. Oh, so they're okay with pickleball guy.
But they don't like the guy who's learning pickleball?
Or thinks it's the greatest, maybe is just discovering it, and everyone else like, yeah, we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, I guess there's that. But then
I have never played. Have you played?
Yeah, in middle school, that was like when I first
Middle
started.
school? How young are you?
I'm telling you, in middle school, that's like when I'm really bad at racket sports, always have been, so never was my thing. Squash, racquetball,
I've
tennis.
never played. And Mandy Murphy is really into it, and she said, oh, why wouldn't you do it? I said, because everyone's doing it. She goes, well, that's not a reason. I said, yeah, but it just seems kind of stupid. I don't want to do it. And she said, you don't even know. You've never played. I go, but I'd rather play tennis. I mean,
Would you really?
Oh, yeah. I enjoy racket sports. Yeah, I'm not any good at them.
Hey,
But
You and Jackson on a team up? Party your lines.
Let's go play some tennis.
I got no backhand.
A barbecue guy, that's one Doug will always talk about as well. Guy who just thinks he is the, second coming when it comes to grilling. That's a guy.
Yeah, and you got to get the right little wood chiplets, Yeah, what are you using? Yeah, you got the smoker on? How many hours?
Don't forget neighbor who sleeps with other wives from the cul-de-sac party guy. That's from Wedding Tackle. That also sounds very specific.
Yes.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Jeff Ablin, he'll be here on Friday.
He is going to be here. Jackson and I are off, and we've been replaced by Jeff Ablin.
I told him one of the reasons he's coming on, I said, I want the backstory on We Get It, You Work It. He goes, I honestly don't remember.
It sounds like he was upset in that trap. I'll tell you about that.
I said, was it Savard? He goes, no, but that's a funny play. I'm like, okay. We get it. You work out, guy. He says it to Savard while he's working for him. We get it. You work out, guy.
That'd be tough.
Jeff Ablin was at spring training. I think Charlie was down there. And Jeff was working for Channel 4, and they put him in a really bad, you guys might have been doing your show down there. But he was staying at a really seedy motel or something.
Oh, I heard about this.
And he was saying, man, it is not. And everybody down there, whether it was Frank or Rennie and Charlie, they're like, dude, you got to complain. You got to. And I guess he called and complained, and they sent him home and sent somebody else down there, Skaversky or whoever it was. I don't remember. Bob West. Everybody down there from all the other stations talked him up, said, dude, stand up for yourself. You tell them to stick it. And next thing you know, he was on a plane home.
Chaser has texted me. He's good to go, 7:35. So I'm looking forward to this. Just a BS session on Christmas Eve.
Love this.
Fireside chat, Martin.
How about questions for Chaser? If you're listening, we want to give you a payoff.
Yeah.
Text in.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear us talk.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to talking it over with him. I didn't know if this would actually come to fruition. You never know what you're going to get, Jackson. Finger on the trigger for the dump.
Oh, I know it.
Yeah, who cares? If Nick Saban can score.
I know. I mean, College Game Day now is a free-for-all. All right, Jackson, I think Terry Croupen's coming in today.
That is correct.
Is that right? In St. Louis for the holidays? And so we got Terry Croupen coming in for the Brown and Croupen representation.
Wow.
Brown and Croupen is the presenting sponsor here on TMA, and they have been the presenting sponsor now for more than a year. They signed up for next year, and we are grateful for their support. If you're in a spot where you're going to need the services of Brown and Croupen, don't you want somebody who you know and is local? I mean, that to me would strike me as an incredibly important thing. Well, Brown and Croupen is St. Louis. They have been in St. Louis since 1979, and they provide superior legal services, and Brown and Croupen treats their clients and employees like gold. They're part of the St. Louis community. They value the St. Louis community. You're going to get great service and great results. It's Brown and Croupen at 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcroupen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard it on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different. It must be judged on its own accord. Kelly Chase joining us on the other side of the break for a Christmas Eve fireside chat, and you can participate, whether it be in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, or send in texts for questions for Chaser as we just BS here on Christmas Eve. Kelly Chase joining us next on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Croupen. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win 4-0 last night over the Detroit Red Wings. They will not play again until Friday night when they take on the Nashville Predators. But tonight on 101 ESPN, you get a little Hawaii Bowl action starting at 6:30. The South Florida Bulls taking on the San Jose State Spartans. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, we're just going to play it again.
Well, the chase is on. I did a segment early, but, still can be great.
It still can be great, and it is great. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, vacationing in the Hamptons, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines for a Christmas Eve morning chat. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Kelly Chase. Unbelievable. Morning, Chaser.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
How are you doing? And I mean, how are you really doing? How you doing?
Well, I had a little bit of a tough night last night. If you're asking me, how soon are you talking about me? How are you doing?
Yeah.
Got this diverticulitis. It's not healing because of my blood count. So, fighting with it, and then so I had a little bit of pain throughout the night, but other than that, I'd say I'm on the better side of things.
God bless America. So when you say you have a rough night, tell the audience what that actually means? Because a rough night for some people, it's like, oh, I didn't get enough REM sleep. That's me.
Yeah,
that's me doing an impression of me.
Chaser needs to understand that's Tim every day. Oh my God, I had a terrible night. What? Oh, my REM sleep was interrupted.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Man, a rough night used to be I couldn't get Hully to leave the pregame skate, and I wanted to make sure that I got back to the hotel to get enough sleep in me to get me through the game. That used to be a rough night, and everybody's like, you're not sleeping through the night. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm used to that. That part of it doesn't bother me. I roomed at home. But no, a rough night now is like the fetal position, holding your stomach, asking for more painkillers that they won't give you. Yeah, no, listen, if you're going to sign up for a fight, don't pick this one. This leukemia guy's tough.
Yeah.
And he's a dirty fighter. And but look, it is what it is. We're going to get through it. I just got good people around me here. But last night was tough. My blood count is up so high still after the transplant. I've got my brother's bone marrow and stem cell, and so I got to take my numbers back down to zero, and they weren't going down to zero. And in the midst of it all, I get diverticulitis because it's a side effect of the chemo. And so it causes severe stomach cramping and pain. And it hasn't abscessed, so we're watching it closely. But from a pain standpoint, it's right up there. So that's kind of my night. Again, if they shoot me with something that's a little bit too offside here while I'm in here, and I start saying goofy shit, then you just, will just take me off the air, and you guys will know why.
How would that be any different than your normal conversation?
Well, you guys will be the judge of it. You'll be the judge of it. Lord knows you guys have had enough practice with me.
Did they move the timeline up? I know initially you had said the bone marrow transplant was going to be in January, and you're hoping to go to the Winter Classic. Yeah. So is this moved up a bit?
Yeah. Hoping to go to the Winter Classic is a big hope and not necessarily a realistic one, but that hasn't changed. They did move it up. They thought after the first round I responded so well with that clinical trial that they would try and move it up so that I could, right at the end of my second round, get the bone marrow transplant, so all of my count would be at zero, my platelets, white count. So now so everything's dropped. As of today, actually, the first day where the doctors was like, well, you had a pretty steep decline last night finally, which I hadn't been doing. My body kept trying to fix itself and kept trying to fight off both the diverticulitis and the bone marrow. So it's a good thing. They tell me that it's fighting off this long. It's going to shorten the time that I'm going to be actually on the sidelines with a deep dive of sickness happens. So I'm trusting that they know that, and I'm hoping, like, if things really went really well, I would have the opportunity to still sneak into Chicago and broadcast the Winter Classic and then get back home.
It's a great goal. It's a week from today. Yeah, a week from today, Winter Classic at Wrigley Field. Chaser, are you up for questions from this listening audience?
Sure, of course. Why not?
Yeah,
Tim, you're going to rifle through some.
Yeah,
nobody really wants to hear what we have to say.
That's exactly right. All right, we're going to take them then. Audience, what an opportunity here. 314-399-9646. All right, guys, can you ask Chaser what player he did love punching in the face? That's from Trashman James.
Well, that's a pretty good question. I'll tell you the one time where I felt like I wanted to get a guy, and it was Francois Leroux. Nothing against Frankie, but they'd put this pressure on him to fight, but they'd put this pressure on him to fight because Twist wasn't in the lineup. So, of course, you guys have all heard of the race for Chase. Well, the race for Chase just happened to be happening because Twister wasn't in the lineup, and it was instigated by Mark Crawford. So he made the move up on the line, play forward, even though he's a defenseman, and had it all lined up for this fight. And I was nervous because Frankie was 6'7", 265 pounds. So knowing that I had to fight with him, was nervous about having to fight with him, and then kicking the hell out of him. Last game he played in the NHL, and I punched him twice while he was laying on the ice. And the funny thing about that was people were like, oh, it's not really you. It's not really like you. And I'm like, can you guys stop? Like, I have no problem punching somebody in the face when I'm on the ice. What the hell is the sense of having a fight and not making a point? That's how I felt about it. I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I said this on a podcast the other day, like, they have this whole thing where they just rub each other on the back and smack each other behind the ears now. Oh, good fight, good fight. I'm like, what is going on right now? Like, punch a guy in the face, tell him you're going to punch his line mate next period, and then go to your bench and shut up. Like,
I saw the interview. This was with, I assume you're making reference when you were on with Cam and Strickland, right? Cam and Strick podcast. Yeah. And the term was, and I think I can say this, and I'll take the bullet if not, hickeys and hand jobs, Martin. That was what Chase was talking about.
What it is. Hickeys and hand jobs now. And the crazy part about it is like, when you start apologizing, then you start having to do it through the media, it becomes this thing where you're going, like, honestly, like, what are we doing? Like, what's the sense of making the point? And then on top of it all, yeah, I didn't mean to get my arm up so high. Yeah. And how about say nothing and him just think, you know what? Brian Reeves, he might come after me next game too. Like, how about that thought process? Yeah. To me, that's the, now you're doing your job. Now you get to play in the league another year because somebody's scared of you. I had to explain to players in the summertime and say to them, you realize, like, if you decided you're going to fight 8 times every 10 games, you'd lead the league in majors and you get another $1 million. Like, people say, oh, you can play now with the speed of the game. I don't know, but I know I can play now because of the way the game has gone as far as softness. Like, I'd be a commodity right now. And I'm just think about it. Tom Wilson, no one liked Tom Wilson. 6 years ago, he was like scratched off every list. That guy's dirty. Everyone in the league wants to try and trade for Tom Wilson right now. Yeah. Ryan Reeves is still playing hockey in the NHL. Jesus, like, and he's tough as hell, right? But all he figured out was, I'm just going to keep being mean. And guess what? There's a role for me. Yeah. Somebody's going to sign me, so I'm 38. And I think it's awesome that he's still playing. But if I was paying attention, I'd be like, might be a role here for me. Get my feet moving, run into some guys, be mean, commodity, another $1 million. What a concept.
Now, a lot of you guys were friends. I remember seeing Twister and Joey Kosher in the tunnel at Joe Louis, like jacking around and goofing off. And I could tell they were friends, but there had to be some guys that you just didn't like, and you took great enjoyment in beating the snot out of them. There were a couple guys that you just did not like, and made it easier to punch?
Twister's dad was the RCMP in Kelvington, which is where Joey's from and we're from. So Stan Twist was Tony's dad. So we all grew up with one another. There were certain guys you certainly knew, and you tried to keep it. And that's not to say Twister and Joey fought a few times. Yes, there were certain guys. I mean, look, there was no real love lost between anybody in Chicago and us, but I can remember I fought with Wayne Van Dorp. I think you can probably find it in Google somewhere. If you Google it, it says something like, he asked me he was yelling at me in the penalty box, and they asked me what he was yelling at me about. And I said, I don't know, I'm not fluent in cement. And so after the game, he got sat out the next game, so he was livid that he got sat out because he was yelling at me all warm up. So I was just standing in the hallway waiting down around the corner for Trent Yanni, past gate 2.5, whatever. And all of a sudden, this arm grabs me by the throat and is holding me against the partition and punches me right in the face. And it's Wayne Van Dorp in the hallway after the game. So Trent Yanni was coming towards me, but so was Stu Grimson, who I ended up fighting with Stu like 11 times. And he grabbed Wayne and was like, what are you doing? And the next thing you know, and then the two setters were on top of him. And, you had those little coyotes, they were on you, you're in trouble. So he got them, everyone ended up outside, and got everything split up. And the league never found out anything about it. But he suspended like 20 games for that now, not doing something like that at all, But Wayne had a hand on him like a garbage can. Like, if you swung, you're going to hit it.
Hand like a garbage.
So it was like, I was mouthing off, and I was 21 years old, and he punched me in the head in the freaking hallway.
That's great.
And that's a little different than what you'd see now.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Question for Chaser. Do you have a favorite team memory from Christmas? Any funny stories from you boys during the holidays? That's from the 636.
I mean, we had a good time all the time, and we were, I think there was, I was 7 or 8 years single in St. Louis, so it wasn't like I was tied to any big family memories or anything. We always ended up we'd go to the Saraceno's place, Bartolino's, Bart.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Us young guys would go there because we knew we were getting on a real meal, and they always took the single guys to their house. Then we started going to the older guys' places as well. I'll tell you, people were so gracious around here, and we were lucky. We would go to their place. But I remember one time, it wasn't Christmas break; it was the All-Star break. I met Mark Grace in Tahoe, and we went skiing. And there was one flight getting out of Tahoe, and I drove through the night to get to Reno and get on this flight, and I almost missed it. They weren't going to let me on. I was carrying these bags. And I got on the flight, and when I landed in St. Louis, we were having practice in 45 minutes, and I was at the airport, and I drove 100 miles an hour to Fenton is where we were practicing, at Fenton Ice Rink. And we were going on a road trip. And when I got there, obviously I was late. I had like 15 minutes to get on the ice, but no one was getting dressed, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And Bob Berry looked at me. He said, "You should be going in the room with these guys." And I'm like, "What's he talking about?" And it was the day they traded Butchie, Ronnie Sutter, and Bobby Basson for Steve Duchesne. And so they took basically our heart and soul guys and traded them to Quebec City. And Bobby was so pissed I was late at the game. He said, I'm thinking about bringing you in the room and sending you to Quebec City with him. And I think Holly put a stop to that too. But it's the only time I think during a break where I ever had myself where I was a little bit nervous about what might go on.
So he was saying they might trade you as well, or he was advocating
he just was mad. I was late for practice. He said I should send you with
Oh, okay.
He was a little bit. He didn't mind being tough on me.
How were you available during the All-Star break to go to Tahoe? You didn't make the All-Star game that year?
No, I was one of those years and off year.
Okay.
Off here.
Off year.
How about
Like to get to about 20 fights by then, and I didn't have them. So.
got this text? I can't say enough about how Kelly stood by my brother, Mike Caruso's side, as he was dying of leukemia a year ago. It speaks to the character of this man. I cannot thank him enough. That's from Tom Caruso. How about that, Chaser?
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, you know what a wonderful man, and all of the things that he did for all of us hockey players over the years. Bizarre. You know, he just took such good care of us, and no matter what happened, you know, he was always like, "Let's have a conversation before we go in this little room here." Okay? Oh, I'm beeping in here, boys. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, he was. I don't think there was a better human being. And again, you know, we had this group of guys that was. It was a special group, and you think about all of the teams that have been here. I don't think there was for a 5-year stretch, I don't think there was a group, a pro team that was here that was more involved or more out in the community. When I say out in the community, you know, sometimes it was at Humphreys right after the game. Sometimes it was on the east side. Sometimes it was, you know, at the hospital. But we were out in the community, and it was just this great. We were talking about the other day. I think we had 17 single guys on our team. Like, that's not really heard of in pro sports. Now think about that. When you went to the bar, you were going with 17 guys, like 16 guys. You know, because everybody was going. Everyone, where are we going? We went in like a herd. It was awesome. It was so awesome. And, you know, when you're young and you're not even thinking about it, you're just taking it for granted, right? You're just
yeah, you're right.
You know, hey, the boys are starting to show up. You don't think about it. And then you go to a team like I was in Hartford, and I think there was 4 single guys. And I wasn't anymore, and I was so envious. Like, man, I wish I was with you guys tonight. Oh, God.
Chaser,
it was just such a great run.
That's the thing. So you, Hull, and Shanahan lived together? Is that right?
No, I lived with Shanahan, and then I roomed with Hull.
Got it.
Wasn't there a house by Old Warson that everybody always on the corner that everybody said, "Oh, that was the shit"?
Because I was in high school at the time, and we drive by, and I go like, "Man, I wonder what it's like in there."
Isn't it the corner house kind of near Old Warson? Everybody said it was Shanny's, and they kept it in the Blues family for a while.
No, it was actually before that. It was in the Blues family. It was. They had it rented to Zombo during a strike in '91. And they took his house back, and he was like, no problem. Sent his wife to Detroit, and he moved in with Shanahan and I. And then that summer they were selling. I don't even know if it was the same house, but that summer they were selling right over there. And Shanny bought the house you're talking about on the corner was Brendan's house. So I lived in there. I moved in there. It was a big step up from where we were living in Ricky Mahar's house off Geyer.
I always love it all just moving in.
What's that little bar that Soupy owns?
The Hive.
Oh, yeah. No,
Geyer Inn, right?
Oh, not the Hive. I'm saying Geyer Inn. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We go to the Geyer Inn, okay? And we're in there every night. And one night, the night before the game, we're in there having a talk, and I'm about to shoot. I'm just about to hit the pool ball, and I look up. And Jack Quinn's got his head down walking through the door, president of the team. It's like midnight. We got a game the next day. There's 3 of us stuffed behind the coolers there that are kind of behind the coolers. And, you know, like when you go behind where the bar is, they got the coolers there, and they got a sloped wall.
Uh-huh.
We get back there, and there's a raccoon between us, the coolers, and Jack Quinn. You want to see some nervous boys. We can't go walking out into the middle of the bar and let them know we're there. We got to keep this raccoon at bay so we don't get bit, get rabies for the game the next day. But we're standing in there, and it was hilarious, man. But we had fun over there. God.
Hiding from the boss. I love that.
With a raccoon.
Chaser, somebody wants to know, they grew up in Peoria. Did you have a favorite bar or restaurant in the Peoria area?
Well, we were at Sully's and Sullivan's a lot. Obviously, we have some great stories. We had a massive brawl at Sullivan's and we had
There's a
and we
theme
had
here.
we had a cup party at the Lucky Lady, which we used to go to frequently every week. We went to the Lucky Lady, and then we had our own bar, and we had our own party called the Rock and Roll Barbecue Show after the bar closed, or around midnight. So what it was we had a bunch of guys that were musically inclined, Davey Tomlinson, Terry McLean, a couple of guys that could play, Darren Smith, and these guys would play at our house. These guys, everyone had apartments except Dave Tomlinson and Pat Jablonski. They had a big house. And so we would go to the Lucky Lady, get the cheap beers, and then line up the party for midnight at our house. And every week we were there. So the Lucky Lady was the benefactor of a lot of nights, college nights for our team. And then Sullivan's was just kind of our hang. And the night we had the brawl was it was twist induced.
That was really nice.
He got sent to the minors, and Bobby Plager told me to go get him. He said, "Go get your buddy." And we don't need any shit down here, okay? Because he is going. This guy here has got to buy into what we're doing. And he said he's mad because he's been sent down, and we need to keep him here. We need to keep him happy. He said, saying we got a good thing going here. So let's keep winning. And we did. So I got him in the car, and I was talking to him. I said, listen, I know we're in the minors, but we got a really good team, and we're winning, and guys get along. And we had lost the first game, and I think we won the next 18 in a row. So we were on a roll. And so I just basically told him, I said, this is what's going on. And we pull in front of Sullivan's, and as we pull in, we're waiting for a guy to back out. We're going to take his spot. And this motorcycle comes in, and as the guy backs out, the motorcycle just drives right in front of him and drives right into his stall. And we're just sitting there, and the guy just parks his bike and looks at us like, what are you going to do about it? And I'm like, oh, my God, why? Why? So I said, just hang on a second. I go, I got a spot. And he's trying to get out of the car, and I make him stay in the car. And we walk around the back, and I find a spot, and we park in the back. And he just walks over to the front of the bar, big picture window, everyone looking outside, and he's waving his arms, and I'm like, Twister. And next thing you know, boom, he just kicks his motorcycle over and stands there. And I'm like, well, here we go.
Twist induced.
The only guy in the bar from our team at the time was Tom Tilley. Poor Tom Tilley. He comes outside fighting. He has to because there's only two of us. So and Tills was a willing combatant, certainly. So he comes flying out the door. And it was guys, Davey Tomlinson pulled up in his Jeep, and guys piled out of the Jeep. And Jimmy Veazey pulled up in some junk car he had, and guys piled out of the car. Pretty soon the odds were way better in our favor. And the next carload that came were the police. So they got us all straightened out, and guys are going to jail and whatever. Jimmy Veazey, Davey Tomlinson's the captain. He once called Bobby Plager, and Veazey, who'd been known to be in a little bit of trouble when he grew up, said, don't call him. Don't call the coach Chopper. He would call him Chopper. Chopper, don't call Plager. You do not call Plager. Okay, Chopper? And we got this going, ringing in our ear. So eventually they do call Bobby Plager. So the next day at the skate, everyone's on the line. He said, all you guys were drinking last night down and back, and the whole team went down and back. He said, all you guys that had 3 beer last night down and back, and the whole team went down and back. He said, all you guys that had 6 beer go down and back. Well, 3 of the guys, Monjo Eru and Ricky Pion, and 3 of our French guys that were at some French cooking thing didn't skate with us. And then they talked Robbie Robinson into going with them. So those 4 guys stood on the line. And the funny thing about it was David Bruce was not with us. His wife had a baby that night. Okay. But he seen who was on the line and who was skating, and he went with the guys skating. He just said, screw it. If I'm going to get in trouble, I'm going to say I was with this group. And Bobby said, all you guys don't know how many beer you had last night down and back. Same group, down and back. He said, now, all you guys that don't know how many beer you had last night, get off the ice. and the rest of you guys get on the line. If I ever hear that you guys have left your teammates and aren't out together, he goes, you'll never play for me again.
Wow, there you go. There's a twist at the end.
How about that?
He skated the hell out of these guys, these 4 guys, for not being with our team. Wow. All of the stuff from the police got dropped. There were some lumped up guys in Peoria driving motorcycles the next day. and we went on about our business and kept winning, so it was fun.
Well, how about a plot twist? It's Jackson. That's called a plot twist, right? Is that what that is?
The Chaser, we could talk forever. I know you have things to tend to, and we unfortunately have to wrap it up. But man, it's always great to talk it over with you, especially on Christmas Eve. We've gotten a bunch of texts, as you can imagine. People love hearing from you. Everybody is thinking about you and pulling for you, and it's always great to get a chance to BS with you. So thanks for taking time out of your morning to come on and talk it over.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Happy
Jason.
holidays to everybody. And listen, when we get this little problem straightened out, I'll get in there and see you guys.
Can't wait for it. God bless, brother.
Cheers, boy. Bye-bye.
Kelly Chase with us here on TMA. Instant offense. Great. Kelly Chase.
And he only did 2 S-bombs. I think I played 3. I'm sorry.
I would have set the over-under at 2.5.
Kelly Chase is a professional cursor because he does it. He spaces it out. Because when you hit dump, you have like 8 seconds
he knows
where
how to handle it.
You can't really dump again. So he knows if I'm going to curse, I got to spread them out. So shout out to Kelly
You think
Chase.
Saban's learned that now, that he can just drop a little BS and wait a little
You
bit?
space them out. It's okay.
Listen, I know a lot of people sent in texts. I would have loved to have read as many as possible throughout the course, but you don't want to interrupt a guy when he's in story mode, and when Chase is in story mode. You just sit back and enjoy.
Absolutely.
It's a gift.
Yeah.
And what a nice gift on a Christmas Eve morning here in St. Louis. I'm telling you, man, the community is pulling for him, and it will be a great day when he is out. Kelly Chase with us here on TMA Live on Christmas Eve 2024. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, everybody knows him as Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage, and I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service, because he is the best you're going to find in the mortgage industry at it. Why? Well, he gives out his personal cell phone to make sure he is accessible at all times. So here's the number. Save it if you are looking to buy a home or you want to refinance. Here it is, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. The mortgage industry continues to fluctuate, and there's no doubt that it's going to be interesting when it comes to rates, seeing how they rise, fall. That's standard. But if you're looking at buying or selling a home, or if you're going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Google the bagel loan or give him a call on his cell phone at 314-324-4440. That's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Jackson's calling it a loose Tuesday. But it was a wonderful Tuesday here on Christmas Eve because Kelly Chase joined us for, 25, 30 minutes just telling stories. Guys down at Siteman grinding through cancer treatment and had a bone marrow transplant on Thursday. And, we were talking yesterday, and I said, I didn't reach out to him to ask him to come on the show. Just BSing with him. And he's like, might not be bad to just come on and have some laughs with you boys because I'm just sitting around. I'm like, hey, God bless, come on. So, legendary guest. You can never go wrong with Kelly Chase here anytime. Any interview, any place.
When he got out of the hospital last year, he said he didn't ring the bell. Whenever you get cleared to leave, that's the big thing at Siteman and I guess every cancer center. You ring the bell on the way out. He said he didn't do it. And I said, hockey, superstition. He said, no. He said, maybe a little bit. But he said, the other thing that was in my head, there are kids in here that know they're not getting out. And he said, if they hear that bell, he said, I didn't want to kind of rub it in their face. I never thought of it that way. He said, I didn't want to ring the bell for the people in here who will never get that chance, and I didn't want them to hear it. And I thought, that's really, that's pretty deep to really think about it that way.
Wow.
Because I assumed it was superstition.
Poignant as hell, man.
Yeah. No, he's the best.
He's just a legend, and what he is battling through and has battled through this year and has the attitude that he does about it. I can't imagine. He downplayed the pain he was in, and then he still comes on the show overnight. But that's how he approaches things. That's why he's the way that he is. I think that's why people love and respect him, man. You have a whole community pulling for him, and it's not just in the St. Louis metropolitan area. It's throughout North America because people love that guy. And it goes beyond the hockey community, even though obviously the hockey community is strong. He's gotten to know a lot of people in music, in sports, beyond hockey. Guy's just an absolute legend. So super cool for him to come on Christmas Eve. All right, we'll take a quick break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. are doing it. Okay. Hello, friends. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Can we beg for callers? Not begging for calls, but at some point on the program, I would like caller John, who's become a friend of the show. We'll talk about the Bears and the Chiefs, if you would. He is a unique caller. And at some point, John, if you're listening out there, I would like you to join us. Is that okay to beg for callers?
Sure.
Okay.
314-974-0101. That is the Callier and Thompson phone number to beg for calls. And the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. If you are looking for a last-minute holiday gift, go to mysoundstory.com and get a gift certificate entering the promo code TMA to get you 10% off. And what it is essentially like a podcast with your mother or father, grandmother, grandfather, and you can have that done via video or audio, and have it forever. Your family story saved forever. It's a gift card, and it is mysoundstory.com. Promo code TMA, mysoundstory.com. A great gift, and you can get it right now for the holidays, and you get an incredible gift, and shopping at a last moment is taken care of. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program, brought to you here on 101 ESPN every Tuesday at 8:15 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us on Christmas Eve, and what a way to finish. I was really hopeful that they could go into the break with some momentum with the way things had been, but man, what a resounding effort that was last night.
Yeah, one of the most impressive wins since Jim Montgomery took over about a month ago. So, yeah, they really established their game early, Tim. If you watched the game, or for those who might have been at the game, with their speed, and they had a ton of odd man rushes in the first period, and really should have been up 3 or 4 to nothing after one. Played a fabulous game. So I think it has been trending that way. A lot of chances in Tampa and Florida. They ran into 2 really good teams and 2 exceptional goaltenders, and scored only 1 goal in both games. So, you get 3 points out of 6 on the road trip, and now you head into the break, as you said, on a positive, and that's great. And now, thankfully, the schedule lightens up for the Blues in terms of the number of games, the number of road games, and quite honestly, the level of competition. It has been a really tough month. Really, quite honestly, Tim, in my time covering the NHL, this probably was the toughest month that I've ever covered a team in terms of travel and tough games and things like that. It has really been really difficult. And I'm not saying that because, and the Blues have a pretty good record overall since Montgomery took over, but it has been a really tough schedule.
I think that part is probably overlooked by a casual fan seeing, especially the way the team had been struggling before last night. Like, okay, I guess it's just not really there. That's fine. Maybe there was the brief new coach bounce, and that subsided. But man, when you look at the schedule, it was constant with the travel. And even though they'd be at home, it'd be for one game, back out on the road, and then the caliber of opposition nearly every game, and it just so happens to coincide with Jim Montgomery. I'm not carrying water here, but I mean, when he took over, and then you look at the caliber of opposition, wow. So now you end that string, you get the break, you have the Holloway hat trick to go into the break, the shutout from Binnington, and then you look at the schedule, you go, okay, 16 of 23 are at home, and the longest road trip after all of the road games over the last month plus, the longest road trip's a 2-game road trip. So you survived. You're sitting at 500. You survived. You go in with some momentum. Now you have the opportunity to thrive. And that is something that, is both a guy who does a show and a fan of the team, that gives me some reason for optimism here during the break.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Blues played their 21st road game last night in Detroit. That's half their road schedule, Tim. So, and they have to go on a run because they're at 500, which is pretty good considering where they were when Monty took over, and as you said, the strength of schedule. So they've got to get to at least 11, 12 over 500. And they have, they played roughly 37 games. So they're nearly at the midway point. So they're going to have to go on a nice run here. And as you said, with all those home games, they certainly have an opportunity to, win 7 of 10 or 8 of 10, and do that, in back-to-back segments and make it a really nice run. But it's not going to be easy. I mean, the Blues have lost to San Jose this year, and last year they lost 3 times to San Jose. They lost to Chicago a year ago. So it truly is, difficult every night. But no question, you look at that 7 or 8 game stretch on the road, New York and Western Canada, they lost only 2 games in that stretch in regulation. It was really a remarkable run. And, the one game I think you look at the last couple of weeks, Tim, that they probably should have had, but they were exhausted, was the San Jose game at home. They lost that by 1 goal. But aside from that, even in the losses, they really played pretty well, and as I said, have been trending the right way.
And it seemed like scoring was the number one issue there, where you'd lost 4 in a row, and in all 4 games they scored 1 time, and you can't have Thomas, Kyrou, Buchnevich, the only guys scoring. I think Dylan Holloway is one of those guys that's going to be key, and to get him going, he'd been slumping a little bit. Do you think there's enough scoring there, John, outside of your big guns?
Well, I think going into last night's game, they were 30th or 31st in goals scored. So, on paper, you might the cynic might say there's not quite enough scoring, but the Blues have had some injuries and they've had a tough schedule. I think they're a better offensive team than the stats might show. So, do they have enough scoring? I hope they do. I am encouraged the way they're playing defense as well. Cam Fowler has been a great addition. And, we know the Blues are going to get good goaltending. They have for most of the season. So, they have to score more. Will they score more? We'll find out. But I do think that I like the balance they used last night. Texier coming up in the top line played really well, and he's played well the last couple of games. And he had a guy like Jake Neighbors on the third line last night. So they're a little bit more balanced. But no question, they have to score more goals than they have in the last couple of months.
We were talking with Chris Kerber yesterday and getting his perspective, and he said you can tell that the team is still in the midst of trying to learn a new coach's system, a new coach's language, for lack of a better term, and liked what he saw in Tampa and in Florida, even though in the whole scheme of things, I think the outside observer, okay, you picked up 1 of 4 points. But again, with the context of how tough it's been, how good those opponents have been, and back-to-back nights, not the worst thing in the world if guys still have the confidence. And he said the confidence is still there. Do you sense that confidence is still there, even though, certainly they were put to the test and were in a skid before last night?
I do. I think the enthusiasm around the team is still very high. Watching the team on off days and practice the other day in Fort Lauderdale was very enthusiastic. Yeah, I do. I think that they're a group that still believes. And as Chris said yesterday, I didn't hear it, but it takes a while to adopt to a new coach. I think the other thing, Tim, that can't be overlooked is the fact that in the month of December, the Blues had a handful of practices. They had one in Lauderdale, as I said, on Sunday. And prior to that, their last practice, non-game day, because that's not really a practice, their last one was in Edmonton a couple of weeks ago. And, for coaches, they want to, change things perhaps and get good habits. Well, if you don't practice, it's tough to do. So I think a better handle on this team under Jim Montgomery will be in the next 2 or 3 weeks when they're going to have a lot more practice time, and hopefully it can lead to more consistency and obviously more goals.
John, I know it's a national broadcast. Will you get to go and take part and just be at the Winter Classic next week?
No, I had the option of going, and my family's in town. My girls come in from the East Coast, so we decided to hang out here. I could have gone. I'm sort of tempted to go, but it's also a lot warmer inside my condo watching a Blues game. A lot warmer.
That's a professional move, Tim, right there.
That's a veteran play.
Yeah, well, I remember the Minnesota game a couple years ago, and I was so thankful I didn't go to that game. Even though the Blues won, it was a great game, but it was minus 10 degrees or whatever. It was crazy.
I'm a little surprised. This is their third one. I know everyone knows this, but third one in 8 years. I just think the Blues brand in the league is pretty strong, even though you're not a huge market. It just seems like putting the Blues in there 3 times in 8 years, I'm sure there's a lot of cities saying, hey, we want to be in that game.
Well, exactly. Like the Panthers have never been in an outdoor game, so I think they're the only team. Look at since 2016, the Blues went to the conference final. They had the All-Star game here, won the Stanley Cup. and now they're in their third Winter Classic since 17, I believe. So, yeah, the brand has really grown under Tom Stillman and Doug Armstrong in particular in the last 10 years. It's really good to see. And I'm looking forward to the game. It should be awesome to see the game at Wrigley Field. It really will.
John Kelly with us here on TMA. John, thank you so much for your time. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and your family. And we always appreciate when you take time out of your morning, especially on Christmas Eve. So thanks so much, man.
Hey, thanks, Tim, and Martin and Doug, if you're there, whoever, all the listeners, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and the very, very best in 2025.
Okay, God bless. Thank you very much, John.
Okay, thank you, guys.
That's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over regarding the Blues, and one hell of a performance last night. Dylan Holloway, take your shirt off drop with the hat trick last night. Got the empty netter, Martin, to solidify the Hattie.
He'd gotten a little quiet, and you do need some other scorers, because we every night, did Kyra score? Did Thomas score? And if you can get Holloway kind of going again, Neighbors been a little quiet. It does seem like on the roster. I agree with John's point that if you look at the stats, you think, man, you got Neighbors, Holloway, they should be scoring more. So maybe it's coming. If you look at Montgomery's record, he's 7-4-3. And because of the overtime losses, you can look at it two different ways. You can say they're 500. They've lost 7 of the 14. Or you could say they've only lost 4 in regulation of the 14. So you go to overtime, it's a crapshoot, the 3-on-3. So really, of those 14, you've got 4 regulation losses. That's pretty impressive. Or you can just say, if you want to be negative, just say they're 500.
Take your shirt off. How about that?
Or you can just take your shirt off.
That can change the whole
You think
perspective.
Holloway yells at now at Monty, yells at Kerber. Anybody who walks by just yells at all the time.
Take your shirt off.
He probably got the shoulders last night.
Yeah, what I have to think.
I think he'd be a friend of the show. Let's because I think we need another Blues guest. We should have Holloway on the show.
Hey, Munganast, a longtime sponsor of the program here on TMA. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. That is Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. They've set up a number for TMA listeners to have access to them via phone call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota for new cars, for pre-owned cars. To get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, work with Ryan Seiberg in the service department. I can't say enough good things about the people I've been working with, and my family's been working with now for a number of years. It's been an incredible partnership, and I wholeheartedly recommend Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota to our audience. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com. No one is going to be more accessible. 314-252-0029. You text that number. Somebody from there is going to get back to you immediately. They pride themselves on their accessibility, and they deliver. That's why they're the best. Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And Hoosier Daddy says, was that the first drop of the day? Martin, I know you track... Or is that Jackson's drop order who tracks the first?
I have my own list over here.
It wasn't.
It's a bit.
It was not.
No, but
Hoosier
lie.
Daddy?
No, it's
Jackson's
cool.
a
Lie on Christmas Eve. See how that feels.
After John Kelly gave tidings and
those were
cheerful
tidings.
Greetings to everyone.
I didn't start this.
Now it's turned ugly.
But I will finish it.
Yeah, he started it by lying, and you can't lie on Christmas Eve.
Do you have a inside count of how many? Do you know, like, I've played about 3, I played 4. Do you have a rough?
I have a running count. Yeah.
In your head.
In a past life, I was a card counter.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I was like Elliot Gould in California Split.
Okay, that's way over my head. California. Elliot Gould, no relation.
That's correct. Martin, this is just outstanding.
Thank
you. We've got. I don't know. I can't call it Radio Wars. I like Radio Wars. Usually kind of a hackneyed thing that went on in the 1980s. You know, but now we've got the new age wars. And that's guy calling college game that's a blowout and needs to fill time, and then first take. And we've got the audio. You're going to want to hear it. Kirk Herbstreit, Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharp. They've got a situation in Bristol, Connecticut, as we've got fights. And they're not happy with each other. And we will have the audio for you next. And it all goes back to the college football playoff, which has become a source of consternation. It's next for you here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. I've been waiting for this. I can't wait. Jackson, how good do you feel about your audio?
Rock solid. Got the two pieces we need.
The two pieces we need.
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, it is the morning after, and the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Kelly Chase with us in the 7 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. If you missed it, I would majorly recommend going back and podcasting. You know, Chase is battling leukemia. He's in the midst of treatment. He just had a bone marrow transplant on Thursday. and he dropped by the program and just kind of BS'd and told stories, lifting our spirits and maybe lifting his spirits because he's sitting down in a room, and while he gets visitors and calls constantly, as you can imagine, and maybe you can't imagine. I don't think I can imagine actually what he's going through. I can attempt to try to relate, but the guy's just a legend, and to hear the stories and have that on Christmas Eve, it was pretty great. So if you missed that, Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app, download it, go back and podcast. It's all there for you on the TMA STL app. Many people are participating for Christmas Eve. Didn't expect this. On youtube.com/TMA STL, and you can text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. All right, here's what we got, Jackson. Kirk Herbstreit's calling the game on Saturday night in Columbus, and he starts going off on the lunatic fringe of Ohio State fans, which was what Chuckles Marlowe, Charlie Marlowe, formerly of the 2 Fox, Martin's co-worker. He's been a long-time participant on TMA as well. Said yesterday he's a big Ohio State fan, not high on Herbstreit. So here is the audio
of Herbstreit and Chris Fowler.
Yes,
from the broadcast.
Yeah, got it.
That's the thing. When you hear pundits on this network and other places talk about that with certainty, it's nonsense, frankly. I mean, the public doesn't pull the trigger and get rid of the coach.
No.
The administrators do, and they're behind them.
Yeah. First Take tried to fire him. They thought he was done. So I'll be excited to see what they talk about on Monday after this performance. They had him out. They're trying to find replacements. But here he is. There he is. He's still got his hat on. He's still coaching.
And I don't think that's a troll by Herbstreit. He sounds genuinely perturbed, don't you think?
I agree with you. Now, just being blunt, here's what I think. You know, that's kind of the deal. I don't think that's cool.
Because it's going after his own brand, his company.
I wouldn't be on board with that. Now it's entertaining because here we are talking about it. It's entertaining, but as far as, to me, I kind of live by you handle it in the room. That's you know, as much as you can. I mean, sometimes you can't, but you try to. And I'm like, man, you know, maybe when you're coming up, or if you're like guy who needs hashtag engagement, Kirk Herbstreit is the furthest thing from that. But he does, because your observation, I agree with you, he sounds legitimately perturbed. And it's like, it's one thing if you're perturbed about something and it impacts your life or somebody who, but I'm like, why are you like, it's Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp. It's kind of like being mad about a storyline that Vince McMahon took with Triple H, you know?
Right.
And then to call him out, I'm like, and listen, it's not like I'm Stephen A. Smith guy. I just telling you what I think. Like, if that crap went on, if you wanted to localize it, again, with somebody who you consider to have credibility.
I wonder if Ryan Day said to him, oh, it's your stupid network, those idiots. I wonder if he had a conversation that got him riled up.
It sounded personal.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Like, I think it had been a topic. Like, it didn't just randomly pop in his head. Like, it's something that he had. And you're right. I think it's something you deal with in the room. I just wonder if Ryan Day's like, well, your stupid-ass network is over there saying stuff about me all day, and they're the ones. I saw that First Take, which, by the way, I'm hoping a coach isn't too worried about First Take.
Right.
But you're right. He shouldn't have said it. But you knew then, Tim, there would be what? A reaction.
No, we got it.
Stephen, I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to let it slide. Everybody's at ESPN, because had you not taken the route you taken, I would have lit their ass up. But I'm going to let it slide. You know what, guys? Congratulations, Ohio State. You won the game. But, hey, if we're going to be on the same team, if we're going to work for the same network, don't do that. Kurt, Chris Fowler, I promise you, if you ever mention anything, any platform that I'm on again and talking about, I wonder what they're going to say in negativity, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough bosses to keep me off y'all for what I'm going to say. So I'm going to let y'all slide today. I'm going to turn it over to D.O. before I get myself in trouble. But don't play with me. Go ahead, D.O.
Dio being Dan Orlovsky, who got into
so they're going to turn over Dan Orlovsky for the voice of reason.
Yeah. Put a little ice cube in that hot soup for us, Dan.
Guys, with all due respect, ESPN needs engagement. This is the type of thing that will get more clicks. It's just like any other top-end post arguing that the general public likes to watch. I don't mind it. Plus, we know Kirk has his personal ties to Ohio State. This is funny. The Ohio State and Kirk Herbstreit thing is an amazing thing because some think he's in the tank for Ohio State, and some think he hates Ohio State, as you heard Charlie Marlowe, Ohio State fan. So, Kirk Herbstreit is not at a point in his life or career where he's helping out with engagement. If there's any amount of money I could bet on that, God only knows how much money the guy's got. He's in his 50s. He's got, I would imagine, 9 figures net worth. Yeah. I mean, it's just not. Engagement is guy or lady in their 20s or 30s, or if it's gotten bad and they're holding on for dear life later in their career, just like saying crap. That's not where he is. And I don't know. I mean, you just got to call a ball, a strike a strike. I think for him, as I said to Charlie yesterday, I think he has really got some PTSD, actually, from some of the crap that he's taken from Ohio State fans. And I think when you feel like it's coming from inside the room, you're more of an exposed nerve. And that was the actions of an exposed nerve.
I feel that he and Ryan Day, I think they feel like kindred spirits a little bit. Like we've both been zapped by this same lunatic.
That's interesting.
I mean, like we both have been on the receiving end of these lunatics that, hate everything we do, and you're the bad guy and I'm the bad guy. I don't think he did it for engagement. But ESPN management probably doesn't hate this, right? If you're the bosses, even though you don't like your teammates going after each other, the end result in a competitive business, they probably don't mind the fact that everyone's talking about it. And, what's First Take? Oh, that's that. It's not good for morale, but it's probably good for business.
I don't know. I think it's possible. I suppose I can provide with a 2024 example of how some personal stuff went intensely public with no apologies, and it was Pat McAfee going after Norby Williamson. I mean, we're going into the weeds here, but he's a longtime ESPN exec. Yeah. And there were numbers that were leaked that framed things in a negative way for McAfee. And he flat out said, Norby Williamson, everybody knows he's the leak. I think he went to Andrew Marchand. And then 3 months later, McAfee was never suspended or, apologized or anything like that. Norby Williamson was whacked. And he had been there. God, Martin, I don't know if you're familiar with that name that well. But going back to the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. So, I don't know. This is I don't think this is like, let's do a little acting here.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're doing it like via script, but I think Herbstreit, he probably shouldn't have done it as a teammate, as an ESPN teammate, but I think it was genuine, and I think he's like sick of it, and he feels like this is just my theory, that he's been on the receiving end, Ryan Day more so, and it just came out. I think if I'm an ESPN boss, though, I don't mind it just because everyone's buzzing about First Take, and Herbstreit, I could be wrong, but I don't think management hates it. I don't think Herbstreit did it at all to be a troll, or I think he felt that way.
I agree with that.
And he shouldn't have said it if you're a good teammate, but I think it was very genuine from him. It was not a troll move. I think he's in that Joe Buck camp when you're doing a Cardinal game. Oh, he hates us.
Right.
Oh, no, he loves the Cardinals. Oh, the Ohio State guy's doing the game.
Jay Billis and Duke.
Yeah, a little bit of you can't win when you're in that position, calling an Ohio State game.
Right. I wonder if also you talk about being tired of getting crap from fans. Also kind of since over the last 5 years, ESPN, as Disney has acquired, has gotten bigger and a little more takey. And I wonder if he has a little bit of fatigue of being lumped in with Stephen A. Smith, who's running a clearly different offense than Herbstreit runs, Shannon Sharp, some of the more Dan Orlovsky, Smith, and is a little tired of being lumped in with there, and kind of want it to be like, I'm not trying to be. I don't think it's right, but I think that could be it.
Yeah, I just think you got to. I mean, again, you can't play a perfect game. God bless you if you can. You're going to have moments where you want it back. But to compartmentalize that, I mean, hey, you kind of recognize the difference between the two. Let's see. Somebody sent in Herb Street's net worth is $90 million with a link. We always enjoy these sites that get everybody's financials and then post them.
Yep.
So there it is, Martin. His net worth is.
I think his Amazon deal alone is like $5 million just to call like Thursday football, because they couldn't find anybody to do the game, and Herb Street emerged, and it's like, hey, here's $5 or $6 million. I don't want to crowdsource, but I am confused on the dog. And I know Charlie...
Chuck was mad about the dog.
Because there's a new dog, and it's sad because Herb Street's previous dog died. I believe the dog had cancer, so it was a sad story. What I never understood was the dog's role. Like, Herbie would be on the private jet. Hey, look, the dog's here. Was it something... the dog,
I have no idea.
Like,
just to answer in advance on the crowdsourcing, but maybe Jackson or Chairman
I don't want to be an
Kirk
ass and say, oh, he's dragging the dog. Well, you don't understand. It was his daughter's, and she was sick. I mean, I don't know the original story.
People just love dogs.
But he started making it a big thing, like, oh, I'm with my dog. Oh, the dog, was it Ben? Like, it's with me, and here we are. And then the dog died, which is sad. But now there's a new dog. I'm kind of with Charlie. I just don't know the original. I'm kind of dogged out with Herbie. I think that's played out a little bit. But if there's a sad story that I'm overlooking, then I would apologize in advance.
Herbie could have stopped at the lunatic fringe comment about the fan base, and it would have been fine. I agree with him on that. Day has a Michigan problem, but who else are they going to get that's better? That's from Al in Dadeville. Big Georgia fan. Georgia.
Well, the only name that got floated that kind of made sense was Mike Vrabel, who had some success coaching at the NFL level, who's obviously an Ohio State guy. If you're going to step into that, you might want to be an Ohio State guy. There isn't a great name out there. It's true. Maybe if Herb Street go after the lunatic fringe, you've made the point that there are too many whack jobs that love the Buckeyes, and then leave first take out. But I just think it spilled out. I don't know if he regrets it. Has he said anything now? Because now you got to get a response.
So he was on Pat McAfee yesterday talking about it, and he said this thing with me having an agenda for one school or against another school is absurd. I have an agenda for the sport of college football. I love it, perhaps to a fault, and what we have right now isn't. And he always goes back to this thing, which I have a tough time with. Somebody who also loves the game of college football. Are we going with the 12 best or the 12 most deserving? And I know he feels passionately about it, but I just don't. I mean, in his exchange that got even more attention, we don't have it, right? You had the two clips with Linda Cohn on SportsCenter. Do you have that?
Yeah, it's from yesterday.
Okay. He actually said something that when you hear it, you'll go, what? And for the record, I'm a fan of his. So this isn't like, oh, this gives me my chance to air my grievances with Kirk Herbstreit. It's not it at all. And I respect his intuition, and I actually do think he's coming from a good place when he's talking about this, but I do think his impressions of what is a good team is rooted in the bias of the historically great brands, as I called it yesterday, the old money, the blue bloods of college football. You have the clip? All right, take a listen. This is Linda Cohn with Kirk Herbstreit following the Ohio State-Tennessee game on SportsCenter.
What is your biggest takeaway from this first weekend of the 12-team playoff?
That I hope next year the committee won't get caught up in what the social media and a lot of people who are fringe fans get caught up in, which is wins. They had 11 wins. They must be good. Who did they beat? I think is much more important than how many wins you have. That's old school way of approaching it. Indiana having 11 wins and beating nobody, that doesn't mean they're one of the 12 best teams. Remember, I know, Linda, I'm not taking this out on you, but there's a big difference between deserving and best.
Yeah.
What this is all about is giving us the best 12 teams. Now, it's subjective. How you want to figure out the best 12 is up to you, but that's what I want to see. I don't want to hear about wins. How many winning's obviously important, but just because you have 11 wins doesn't mean you're better than a team that maybe had a tougher road that had 9 wins. So I think we get too caught up in how many wins you have. It's really more about who are the best 12 teams, and we need to get the best 12 teams in this tournament every year.
I actually understand what he's trying to say, but the manner with which it was said, when you actually say, I don't want to hear about wins, it's like, well, I mean,
yeah.
What else is
what are we doing here?
And that got quoted everywhere.
Right.
People just took that quote.
So, but that's why I wanted to have the whole bite. So thank you for pulling, Jackson, because it's when you just see that as like a social media clip or a headline. But with that said, it is a relatively strange perspective in the sense that if wins don't matter, then what are we doing? Is it about just like running up the score? And is that the determination? Because I really think at the core, it's about this isn't Alabama. This isn't an SEC school. This isn't a historically great program. USC may have been more socially acceptable than SMU, even though USC was pretty much garbage this year. And, and what has become a big talking point that is really rather, it exposes some ignorance on what's gone on over the last decade is how these games weren't close. And it's like, the semifinals were famously not close when they started this thing from 2014 to 2024 when it became the 12-team playoff. If I'm not mistaken, the average margin of victory from 2014 till it closed out as a 4-team playoff was 17.6 points. And over the weekend, it was 18.3 points. So not a lot of separation, but keep in mind, those were semifinal games. Those were the Final Four. This was the 8 teams trying to get into the quarterfinals. So I don't think the attention to the margin of victory would have been as great if it would have been Notre Dame beating Alabama like they controlled the game against Indiana, because the final score doesn't make it look as bad. But if you watched that game, you know that was not a 10-point game. Or if it were Ole Miss, or, again, a brand like USC that lost to Penn State like SMU lost. But instead, because it was SMU and because it was Indiana, it got even more attention. And I think that's what this is about. And this is what I talk about with college football every year. You will hear the term starting in November, the eye test. And the eye test to me, and I don't think it's a code, because a code intends to convey malice. I think the eye test is actually our way of talking about our bias. And, well, just if you look at Alabama, I didn't look at Alabama this year minus the first half against Georgia and go, man, Alabama. That's why when people talk about Tennessee beating Alabama, I'd go, I mean, yeah, they beat Alabama, but that wasn't like a Saban Alabama team. That's why Missouri getting blown off the field by that Alabama team was a little more alarming, because that wasn't a great Alabama team. But they're Alabama.
Right.
If Alabama and South Carolina were to play right now, oh my God, give me South Carolina money line all day long, even though I'm sure they'd be getting points for whatever ridiculous reason.
Does anybody have a good argument? Ole Miss, South Carolina, Alabama, okay, maybe, but nobody is a blatant overlook, like, oh, they totally belong.
But it speaks to, and I think if the roles would have been reversed, if South Carolina would have been the one that beat Alabama by 2 points and had the head-to-head on Alabama, but if Alabama would have been playing like South Carolina over the final half of the season, somehow it would have been, Alabama's got the eye test right now. I know they lost head-to-head, but if you look at Alabama, and it's just a way to get the teams that are the brands into the dance. Now, what I think many in the public theorize, and maybe they're right, is that it's an ESPN agenda because they're in bed with the SEC, and also for ratings purposes to get the big brands in. In other words, if you're the NFL and you're a television network, even if the Cowboys aren't as good as, say, the Commanders, taking Jaden Daniels and his impact this year out of the equation, it's better for the business if the Cowboys are in there versus the Commanders. You see what I'm saying? Right. Now, they're both in the NFC East, just like Ole Miss and South Carolina are in the SEC, but they don't have the cachet of the Dallas Cowboys, just like they don't have the cachet of the Alabama Crimson Tide. And when I hear eye test, that's my way of reading we're going to BS our way into talking about places like Alabama and Notre Dame game and take your pick of whatever else in order to get them into the dance. And I think Indiana and SMU are on the receiving end of that crap this year. All I want to continue to present is the semifinals have been blowouts more often than not since they started this thing in 2014. And this wasn't even the semifinals. This was just I don't even know what the hell it was. It wasn't even the quarterfinals.
Yeah, round one.
Round one. And now it's going to be like, well, if Arizona State gets blown out, but that's results oriented. The schools have been getting blown out in this thing quite often, and they've been getting blown out in the championship game too. TCU beat Michigan, and then they got worked over by Georgia. It's part of what can happen. The issue is there is not anybody in charge, number one,
of anything.
And the system is based on subjectivity. So we will have this argument constantly. Now, I kind of enjoy the argument, even though it's ridiculous, but it's like talking about religion. Yeah. I mean, there isn't an answer. Right. Now, some might feel like there is, but there isn't. And in reality, you can sit there and argue until you're blue in the face. But if it's based on subjectivity, you're never going to actually come to anything other than opinion. And therefore, argument after argument after argument.
I think it's good for college football to have an Indiana pop up and have a big year, get their fan base engaged. It's good to have Arizona State in the mix. I mean, it's like the NCAA tournament. And I've had coaches tell me it's going to expand. And the reason is the big conferences, the Big Ten, the SEC want more of their teams in. And I'm like, then what's the point of the whole season? I don't need to see 8 to 10 to 12 SEC teams in the NCAA tournament. I just think it's good for the game to every once in a while have a dream season. Indiana fans will talk about this for years. And otherwise, if wins don't mean anything, and I just don't think Alabama, and yes, you have a tough conference schedule, and Ole Miss, your resume, okay, you had some bad losses. Like, I just don't think anybody was left out egregiously. It's just the SEC in this situation, they just look like a bunch of babies, like complaining about everything.
You can give your thoughts, 314-399-9646, or you can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and talk it over with Chairman Kurt. 100 West Dental, longtime sponsor of TMA, built brand new offices on Manchester and Baldwin with the most modern of technology, with the patient experience at the front of the mind. One of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the costs of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com, 100westdental.com, or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder keep rolling, defeating the Wizards 123-105. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with a 41-point effort. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Christmas Eve edition of the program here. If you missed anything, Schaefer Door Company sponsors the TMA STL app, and we were joined by Kelly Chase and John Kelly earlier in the program. And you are always welcome to go back and podcast the program anytime you would like, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. Terry Crouppen is going to be in studio with us here on the program, so we're looking forward to talking it over with him. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the app, online at schaeferdoor.com. That is Jason Gosrow's company, and it is a wonderful one to work with. If you ever hear that garage door spring break, you don't know what's going on initially. Well, that's where you go to schaeferdoor.com. 636-782-3608 is how you can call or text. It's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. The business has multiple multi-family members working there, big enough to get any job done, but small enough to talk with a person who can have important questions. The service techs are not commission-based. They will tell you how to get the job done at Schaefer Door Company. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. Closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it is our pleasure here on 101 ESPN to be joined in studio by Terry Crouppen. What a treat. What a holiday delight.
Goodness. Yes. A jolly old elf.
Tim, I think he got tired of that Ed Herman attacking me with baseball numbers. He said, I'm getting in there to clean it up.
I came to apologize.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that.
On behalf of the firm.
Ed gets way ahead of himself, and sometimes, no, he's very bright guy who is very knowledgeable and unfortunately very opinionated.
I enjoy Ed's visits.
He's a former trial lawyer, so of course he'd be opinionated.
Yeah.
But he speaks highly of you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we enjoy having him
I was
in.
just teasing.
No. I mean, he everything's preceded by, these guys are more wrong than any people I've ever seen. These people know nothing about sports, but they're fine human beings, which I'd take.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I'd rather be a fine human being than
correct. What is on the holiday agenda for you and your family, Terry?
It's mainly, did I buy enough presents for people? You know, I'm Jewish. Don't tell anybody. But I love Christmas. When I grew up, we had a Christmas pageant at grade school. I know all the songs, although when it comes to Jesus is the king, I sort of mouth it because I want to be faithful to my religion. But I love Christmas. I love the whole thing. And it kind of makes me sad that it's not like it used to be. I mean, it really used to be where you'd walk down the street and you'd see somebody. You genuinely feel some warmth toward them, and you wanted to wish them Merry Christmas. And everybody seemed, the Christmas spirit was a real thing. And I think it's faded a bit, but I try to.
Is that right? Now, why do you think that is?
I just think everything good fades. You know, like people. They get tired of doing the same thing, you know? But maybe it'll come back. I hope so.
Oh, yeah.
Because I love it.
Yeah.
Are Jewish people offended if somebody says, hey, Merry Christmas?
Well, I can't speak for all Jewish people.
Well, okay, that's fair. Fair.
I'm sure some are. I'm not. I think people mean it in a nice way. I don't think anybody means it as an insult. So I always take it. I say it right back.
I know it's considered like a microaggression now. And I'm always like, really? Like if you said to me, Happy Hanukkah, I'd be like, hey, thanks. Merry Christmas.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I think sometimes we're all too easily offended.
I agree with that.
You know, I think when people say it, they're not saying it to insult me. They're saying it to be nice to me, and why would I take it any other way?
Do you feel the Christmas cheer in here? We're trying to bring some tidings today.
Well, I hope so.
To be determined, apparently.
I've not been to the new studios, by the way.
Yeah, what do you think of the 101 ESPN studios
I
here?
mean, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Spacious.
Yes, the body search to get in is a little invasive, but and the multiple locks and the moat in front of the door. But no, it's beautiful. You guys ought to be very proud of what you're making.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Ooh, can I get a hat?
Yeah, you like the TMA hat?
I do.
Chairman Kurt over there, Terry, handles our merch.
But what do you call it? Is that a snapback?
Yes, the one I'm wearing is a snap.
I like dad hats.
That's what they're called. That's right. You're wearing a dad hat right there. What is that? What is that?
Skull and crossbones?
Yes, it's a tribute to pirates who I have always been fascinated with since I was a child. But it's green, so it doesn't come across as
hostile as like if you're wearing a black and white pirate hat?
The last thing I want is to be in a restaurant or a bar and some guy walk up to me and say, oh, you think you're a pirate? For the record, I do not think I'm a pirate. I do not think I'm a tough person. I am a gentle soul. I just like pirates in literature and movies.
Are you a friendly pirate, Terry? I think you're a friendly
Yes, I would. Did you ever see there's a show that was on cable, I think HBO, called Black Sails? I see you've never heard of it.
Jackson? I actually have heard it, but I have not watched it.
If you ever get a chance, it ran for like 3 or 4 years, and it's beautiful. It was made with people who love pirates and the ships and the sea. I mean, it's a very well produced, and the pirates are just really cool.
Black Sails. I'm putting it on. I'm going to write it down, Tim. Black Sails.
Yeah.
Do a lot of people come up to you? I mean, you've been on TV for years.
I have been. all in an attempt to be somebody.
Do people come up to you, though? And
Yes, I've had. Yeah, I always tell people I have just the right amount of celebrity. People are so nice. It's just been the nicest. St. Louis has been so kind to me. I've had 3 or 4 bad incidents in 40 years, which I remember every detail of.
Oh, here we go. What are they?
Oh, just people that just didn't like lawyers, didn't like me.
So what, they come up to you in public and then go there?
And we've had very minor, very, thank God, I mean, not anything terrible, just expressing their disapproval of lawyers and what we do. But I've had hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's remarkable. And people are so nice. It's just, I don't get a lot of free stuff, though. People feel, I guess I have plenty. They don't offer me free stuff. But everybody is so kind. And they come up, they want. I was in Dave & Buster's, and a young man walks up to me, big guy, and he says to me, "You Terry Crouppen?" I said, "Yes." And he said, and he doesn't say anything, and he pulls out of his pocket a Polaroid picture. It's kind of wrinkled. He's just been carrying it around. And in the picture is a younger me holding a child in my arms. And he said, "That's you and me, like 20 years, 15, 20 years ago." Yeah, it was really, it was...
And he had it on his person. He had it with him at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't want to go into all the details of how this came to be.
It wasn't a paternity suit or anything.
No. It was
clarified
just,
legally.
I mean, I'm literally holding like a 5-year-old in my arms.
I just like the idea of the guy having it on him at all times in case he met you.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I'm like, one day I'm going to meet this guy.
I didn't know what else he had, though. So I'm always cautious.
How about this? Now people can watch us on YouTube. I don't know if you're aware of this. You see us right up there.
I'm looking at myself.
What do you think?
Well, except I'm out of sync. I am doing things that I did a few seconds ago.
Delay.
It's a little delay. It's a little disconcerting.
It is.
One of the commenters said, "Terry, all of us know your voice. You are the thread of St. Louis." That is what is up there in the comments. How about that?
Well, thank you so much. You know what? I'm very proud of St. Louis. When I go places, it's an odd place to be from. When you talk to people, when you're out of St. Louis and you say you're from St. Louis, they oh my, St. Louis, they don't know much about it.
Do they immediately jump to the Cardinals? Is that what usually?
It used to be the Cardinals. Yeah. People don't talk about. No, well, it's been a while.
Yeah. Well.
But the people, the Cardinals were St. Louis. But it's just an odd place to be from, and I always tell them it's a fine place to live, and I love this town.
My first TV job was in Flagstaff, Arizona, and everybody I worked with was either from California or Arizona. And I said, "I'm from St. Louis." They said, "Now, where exactly is that?"
they think you're a cowboy.
Yeah, and they said, and I said, "Have you heard of Chicago?" They're, "Oh yeah, of course." I said, "It's kind of near there," and it's unbelievable. I mean, we're in the same country, and almost every one of them would say, "Oh yeah, St. Louis." I mean, they'd heard of the Cardinals, and they knew about Anheuser-Busch, the Arch, but didn't have any real idea where it was located.
No, very little about it. And a lot of times now when you travel and you're in another city and you see the weather, in the weather they'll show Kansas City as the only city in Missouri. It's...
I've noticed that too, actually. It's a unique observation, but I share it with you.
No,
I think... Is that the Chiefs? What is that?
I think someday somebody's going to write of what happened to St. Louis. I mean, really, we were the number 3 city in the country at the turn of the last century. Mm-hmm. It's only 100 years, although I guess that's a long time. But no, I really wonder what this is a story of how not to manage a city.
And people have said for years the city-county is one of the biggest issues. You go to Nashville, Indianapolis, they've sorted that out, figured that out. I mean, have you been frustrated in your dealings with the government regionally in terms of just the lack of progress or the lack of getting things done?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. I think when we lost the Rams, that was, and when we lost being a hub, I mean, we're sort of, we've been dismantled as a great American city. and pushed and become a secondary city. And it's, you know.
In your opinion, is that unfortunate circumstances, or is that blood on our hands?
Oh, you never know. Are there greater forces operating? I think it's our own fault. Now, maybe it's not. Maybe there were greater forces operating. But it seems as though St. Louis is just, I don't know, not solved its problems, not been aggressive enough, not had good enough government. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like the Rams one was one, I don't know if we could overcome that one.
The greater,
but the Cardinals one, the football Cardinals I'm talking about,
yes.
I think that is one where St. Louis has more blood on its hands.
And is it true that the county never participated in any? I always was under the impression that the county wasn't going to pay any money for a new stadium, that it was all city money.
Right. That was Steve Stanger told Peacock and company that they were out. Remember that? During the attempt to keep them.
Right. Now, as you've just mentioned, I don't think there was ever a way to keep them.
Right. But when they had that group, they put it together. They said, "Oh, can we count on you? Can we count on you?"
Right.
They were assembling whatever they could.
Where all the money was. I mean, the money's in St. Louis County.
Right. I believe Stanger said, yes, we're on board. And I think, I don't want to get it wrong, but then he was elected. He told Peacock, I can't do it. So they were not in. They had to go elsewhere to find the money.
The city just doesn't have the money. And it would have been, I miss that, you know? When you don't have a team, you know, I'm a Chiefs fan.
Were you always a Chiefs fan?
No.
You adopt the Chiefs?
I adopted them.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I had my own team. No, I really miss them.
Yeah.
And I hate them.
Yeah.
No.
Jilted lover syndrome.
The great commercial, the Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, let me
Shame on
tell you
Stan.
something. I hated the Cardinals. I am just now starting to have no feelings about the Cardinals, but about the Rams. If I don't see the games on Sunday, I look on Monday and I want to see, did the Rams lose? Check that. That's good. Did the Jets lose? Check that, because I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan anymore.
Okay.
And did the Cowboys lose? Because I think Jerry Jones was instrumental.
I would agree with that assessment. Yes.
So, I mean, I've become a negative fan, largely.
You pull against teams.
And frankly, the joy of seeing a team you don't like lose is very joyous.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm a happy guy.
What did you think of the lawsuit? Not to critique the lawyers involved or anything, but do you think that the settlement for the city, the amount of money there was a win?
Yeah, it was. But here's the problem. We got the idea as a group that I think it was $500-600 million, that now we could solve all our problems. This was so much money that our problems were done. And so they've fought like 8 years now, or 6 years, of what they're finding out, that $500 or $600 million is an enormous amount of money if they gave it to you.
Yep.
But to spread it out over a region of almost 3 million, it's a drop in the bucket. You can't change anything. And so they keep flitting from one police, schools, infrastructure. You know, it's nice to have it, and I hope they use it wisely, which by our track record, I'm not certain will happen. But it's just not. It's not the pot of gold that's going to change everything that I think a lot of people thought.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I recall talking about how, you know, and this is just completely speculative, but going, man, I think that one of the biggest criticisms I grew up in the city of St. Louis, city schools, and I was wondering if that money could be allocated to city schools to truly start to rebuild city schools, which then could lead to potentially people relocating to the actual city of St. Louis while the regions are divided. And I had an educator, maybe in one of the offices actually, contact me, laid out the math in an email very astutely and said, now you see how far that money will go, and it doesn't take us very far. And I'm like, yep, that was eye-opening. I had a lovely idea, and this person just kindly blew it up. But it was good to see it because now it's helpful. It's the truth. Exactly right. God bless. It's the truth.
Oh, I hate the truth. So.
Spoken like a good lawyer. I hate the truth.
No, lawyers love the truth.
I'm kidding.
My truth, I just hate to look in the mirror every morning and see my ongoing just dissolution as a human being.
How did it start for you? When did things take off? And were you always doing TV, radio? Because you've had such a media presence.
I have. It started a long time ago. I always thought that advertising was very effective. And when you apply something that's very effective to a field that doesn't have it, the immediate reaction is incredible. You know, the number of cases that you can get when you're advertising, at least when we started, we were the first, really made a huge difference in our practice. We saved ourselves 20 years, 15 years of building the way lawyers normally traditionally built a practice of opening an office, doing good work. It's not a terrible way. It's just there's more effective ways.
You're relying on word of mouth at that point.
Yes, and word of mouth is effective, but it's slow.
Right.
You know, like you guys, who knows better than you guys about advertising and what you can do? You can transform a business, especially when you're in a business the first day and nobody else does it.
Right. But when you decided to advertise, that wasn't something that was commonplace in your profession. And therefore, I imagine you got a lot of backlash,
correct? It was
correct?
non-existent. And yes, we got a lot of backlash. People just thought we were like the worst people ever. And
more from other attorneys or from the public?
Oh, other attorneys.
Yeah.
I mean, they hated it. You know, frankly, look, they saw it as a threat, which it was, and they didn't like it.
Why was it frowned upon?
Because it had never been done. Lawyers, as you know, many people, well, here's the deal. Lawyers had a feeling that they were very special people with very special knowledge, and that was largely true. But they felt that it was undignified to advertise, to actually sell yourself. And it was against what the profession stood for. I don't know. My belief was the profession stood for helping people. And I thought it was helpful to people if you could tell them that there were rights they had that they could do something about, and they didn't just have to take some of the bad things that happened to them. They just didn't have to accept it and walk away. There were things they could do about it. I felt, and I still do, that letting people know that that's a possibility is a good thing. And what it did was it certainly made more people seek justice in the legal system. And a lot of lawyers felt that was not, you know, while that may be true, it wasn't worth the lowering of the dignity of the profession. And I felt the rights of the people to get justice was a more important consideration than how we viewed ourselves as a profession. Does that make sense?
100% makes sense.
Text line very much enjoying Terry's visit today.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
great
thank
comments.
you.
Great
Thank you.
comments.
Have some of those attorneys who, and you started, would you say you started advertising in the 80s or 90s? Would that be?
Yes.
Have some of them since gone, okay, I was out of line for, or now you see them advertising
I
themselves?
got very few formal apologies.
Yeah.
But I think people, you know, after a while, you just say, well, that's that.
Yeah.
You know, there still are some rumblings about trying to restrict advertising, but I don't think they're serious. I think it's just part of the, of the landscape now, and we live with it.
Yeah.
And listen, there's advertising I see I don't love. You know, it's very competitive now, as you might imagine.
Sure.
A bunch of law firms from out of St. Louis. There's a big drive in the law of what we do, personal injury, to come up with a national law firm. And I think the Morgan brother, or Morgan and his children, who are from Florida, Orlando, I think they've led this. But there's a lot of lawyers trying to do it. And we are St. Louis.
Through and through. Founded here.
We're St. Louis lawyers.
Here in St. Louis in 1979 with the offices right down on the hill. Those things are phenomenal, by the way.
Like I'm eating a piece of gooey butter.
as he sits here in the studio.
Got toasted Raz in his pocket.
You know, when we had the new team, do you remember when they were marketing or when they were promising 2 new teams? The Carolina got them, and
Jacksonville, early 1990s.
The Stallions,
we were the Stallions for a short time. Mm-hmm. But I had sent in a letter. It's kind of as a joke, but not really. And I said we should call the team the Toasted Raviolis, and we should make them, to be cool, we'll call them the T-Ravs. And it would be Parmesan yellow and meat sauce red as our colors. And I still think it would have been the greatest.
I'm starting to think you're the reason we didn't get a team.
I may have torpedoed the whole thing. Mr. Kroenke, I'm sorry.
Terry Crouppen, kind enough to join us here in studio. Terry, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. Thank you so much for coming in here on Christmas Eve and talking it over with us. The audience has certainly loved hearing your story. We always enjoy when you drop by. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I got to get out to my sled in the rain.
Terry Crouppen here on 101 ESPN.
Merry Christmas.
There he is, Santa Terry Crouppen. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Stewart's American Mortgage and Stewie, 314-324-4440. That is his cell number. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan if you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt. Maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out, too. What's the Bagel Loan? Well, if you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we welcome you to participate in the program by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And be a friend of the program here on a Christmas Eve morning on 101 ESPN. Jackson, what do we have here in segment 9-1?
It's all part of a loose program today.
Very loose program, I would say.
Very?
I would say it's quite loose. I have some audio of Ryan Russillo talking about Kurt Cignetti, something that we were talking about yesterday, the kind of dog and pony show he was running on College Game Day that I thought was, I don't know, I thought Ryan Russillo was pretty straightforward when he talks about college football. I don't think he messes around too much. Certainly not. He doesn't work for ESPN anymore, so he's in no one's pocket. I like the audio.
Then he goes on game day and says that about not just beating the top 25 teams. We beat the shit out of them. Nebraska wasn't ranked, okay? And then he had to go back 4 years to come up with the other time they beat the shit out of a top 25 team. When he was at James Madison, they beat Coastal Carolina 47-7. Coastal Carolina was 23rd in the country. They also are missing Grayson McCall, their quarterback. If you want to talk about you're out of conference, and if you want to sit here and brag about your extra Big Ten game because you're playing 9 and the SEC's playing 8, like you played the bottom half of an 18-team conference. There will never be an SEC team that will be 11-1 with the same kind of opponent strength of schedule as Indiana. It's just not going to. I don't even know if it would happen in the Big 12. And honestly, Cignetti just put the frosting on the top of the entire disdain that I had for it with his routine on Saturday and the fact that he coached the game as scared as he did against Ohio State, punting on 4th down 3 scores. And I'm thinking, does he think the committee reseeds next week? Like, what is he doing? And so you're going to talk all of that and then coach scared against the 2 biggest opponents all season long. I'm just not going to have a ton of sympathy for you.
Yeah, I share his opinion on that.
Yeah.
Just a straightforward take, not trying to be takey.
I think it's, you respect what Indiana did this year, but the Cignetti thing, it cuts both ways. The bravado is obviously an asset in some cases, and then when you play like you did against Notre Dame and coach like you did after what you said, it also flies right back in your face. And I like that Russillo points it out, and I think we were talking about a very similar thing yesterday.
Interesting to see what Indiana becomes like with Cignetti. Are they?
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, I am very intrigued to see, can they sustain it in some
Long-term
way?
deal. Yeah.
Is he attracting kids with the bravado? Maybe it's all just money at this point, but
right.
I'm intrigued to see, can they be, and I haven't looked at their schedule next year, do they have some tougher opponents?
They got to go to Oregon.
Oh, you said that the other day,
They got to go to Penn State.
Yeah,
so to see if they can.
Well, just this morning, they landed a quarterback that many Missouri fans were hoping that Missouri would get. They got Fernando Mendoza from Cal just 4 minutes ago, posted on The Athletic. So Fernando Mendoza is committing to Indiana. He was ranked as the number 4 quarterback in the Athletics transfer portal quarterback rankings. For the record, let's see where Bo Prabula was ranked. He was ranked 16th. So Mendoza ranked 4th. Jackson Arnold, formerly of Oklahoma, now at Auburn. Missouri will see them next year, was 3. And Mendoza was 4. So there you go.
Did you see Prabula's payout?
$1.5 million is what's reported.
Yeah, and the guy who reported it looked like a younger guy, but he has an account that's only talking transfer portal, like information. No, and I think he's verified and whatnot. I think it's totally legit because he had nothing but straight reporting on portal information. 1.5 for, and once that gets out there, in the room, too, that's another thing. I mean, what are they paying Zollers to come in? Don't you think when the numbers get thrown around, I realize Prabula is being brought in to be the guy, but I've always wondered about that. If you're an old lineman and you're, like, getting close to nothing, aren't you getting a little hostility in the room?
I don't know. Play better.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, Tom Izzo.
But to the nature of the position, too. Yeah. I just think young kids can get a little petty in the room if it's known.
But the nice thing for them is they have the right to be free agents and go hit the open market. And if the market bears, then they'll be able to get that $1.5 million themselves. Median
this town soft.
How about that?
NIL, name, image, likeness. Remember the beginning? And I had a conversation with Travis Ford about it. He said once it started, we thought this is great. You can cut a commercial. You can go to the fundraiser's, the booster's house, and they can slide you whatever they want to pay you. That used to be illegally done, and now it's all. And he said, I'm on a Zoom call with a kid looking at our program. And he said, I got a bunch of things I'm going to ask the kid, hoping he'll ask me. And he starts it out. Hey, how are you, young man? Good to see you. And the kid goes, so-and-so just offered $300,000. Oh, okay. Well, I was going to tell you about our program a little bit. But he said the kid started with that.
That's what the kid started with.
Yeah, the kids. And he said it was somebody that he was recruiting, and they were just going to have a visit, just kind of see where we're at. And he said the first thing the kid said was, so-and-so just offered $300,000. Oh, well, okay, we're going to talk ball handling and positioning. And and the name, image, likeness is how it started, right? And it just became a flat-out price tag.
But when I think sometimes when you see something like Bo Prabula getting $1.5 million, and you're like, it's college kid, then in your head, it's just like, this is so odd and weird and probably wrong. But then you also think, like, those two games on Friday and Saturday night got 14.5 million viewers. There's billions of dollars in college football.
Oh, for sure. The
like,
money's...
1.5 million is a steal. Like, that's a crumb of the pie.
Well, I understand that. I'm
not saying you.
I don't blame him for getting 1.5 million. It's just crazy how it shifted from, hey, you can make some money now. We're not going to hold you back. You go ahead and go to that car dealer on the weekend. You go ahead and sell a few autographs. Remember Johnny Manziel getting nicked for that?
Because it was so wrong back then.
Right.
It was so wrong.
And it was, the NCAA was so uptight and so bad at what they did that this is a massive overcorrection.
Right. The overcorrection is very real. Yeah, because it was so wrong, and now it's probably a little too much. But where's the happy medium is always the question.
9:32 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. Seth is fourth generation. If you run into any heating problems over the holidays when it's as cold as it is, just go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. Martin's a client. Doug Vaughn is a client. I am a client. We recommend you become a client as well. And if you run into any issues, you can count on this. There's not going to be any upselling. They come over quickly, they fix it, and they move on. That's the way they build their base of business that they know. They take care of things quickly with no upselling. You're going to be apt to call them back next time you need them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on TMA, designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Brown and Crouppen presenting sponsor. Martin, the Major League Baseball win totals for the upcoming season released. Strikes me as a lot early.
Yeah, I don't think teams are done. Right? The Mets may still spend. The Cardinals
haven't done a thing.
They still have players to get rid of before you can set the over-under.
The number on Bovada, for the record, is 76.5. Jeff Jones, who covers the Cardinals for the Belleville News-Democrat, tweeted yesterday that all baseball writers received an email with the win totals, and the Cardinals was 75.5 on that email. I don't know who that is that sends that email to baseball writers, so that's why I looked it up on Bovada and saw 76.5. Either way, it's relatively similar, 75.5, 76.5. Jeff's tweet said the Cardinals is the 7th lowest in all of baseball as far as win totals for the upcoming season.
And based on what they've told us, even though they're not done moving guys, I would say that doesn't that sound, sadly, that sounds about right. That you're not a 500 team quite, which would be 81, so you're in that 75 to 80 range. That's probably pretty accurate, I would say. Sad as it is. I'm trying to think over I'm looking through the Cardinals' worst seasons. Recent memory, the 07 team.
Cesar
was 78 and 84. The last place team 2 years ago was 71. Hey, so we're improving on 23. There's a new slogan. We're improving on 23.
The World Series odds plus 6,000 for the Cardinals. There are 9 teams with lower World Series odds than that. The Blue Jays, Giants, Pirates, A's, Nationals, Angels, Marlins, White Sox, Rockies. But the Cardinals have the 20th World Series odds.
So that's where we're at.
Malden balloon party is on its way.
Yeah, what would Strauss be saying about this current Cardinal operation?
It would be valuable to have.
Yeah.
It would be.
He would not be amused. I saw in the Jackson links, also baseball related, that 3 MLB teams paid 84% of the, what is it, $311 million in luxury tax payments. This would be good fodder for my Ed Herman segments, but I did not dig in on the links. I'm guilty of this, looking at the Jackson links, but tell me, so the 3 teams would be what? The Mets, the Yankees, and the Red Sox have been quiet for a little while. So is it Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, those 3?
Yeah.
I mean, historically, the Red Sox have been one of those teams, but not
Dodgers
recently.
put in $103 million, Mets $97.1 million, Yankees $62.5 million. Then the Phillies, Braves, Rangers, Astros, Giants, and Cubs all had to make payments, but you could add up all of their payments, and they don't even get to the Yankees payment. And the Yankees payment is 63% of what the Dodgers payment is.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I didn't realize, did you send out the clip of me yesterday, Chairman Kurt, talking about baseball's economics?
Yes.
It was just kind of, I didn't really think like, okay, today's the day I'm going to go in on this.
This is where I set the record straight.
But that actually gained traction. I didn't really think it was particularly bold. It strikes me as relatively obvious, but I say that I guess it gained traction because people are feeling especially frustrated. And I'm glad that they are. I think people just have come to expect it, accept it. But what it's doing, so many things that the game is doing is playing a role in destroying interest for people who are longtime fans. And there's very little interest. I mean, there's some, don't get me wrong, this is not an absolute statement, for younger fans. And one of the things that baseball lacks that I think, in particular, the NFL and NBA have success with is the ability to carry the sports calendar year-round. And sure, there is Major League Baseball free agency, but it's really only for a couple of teams when it comes to the big boys. Yeah. And that is the absolute opposite of what you have in other sports, in particular the NFL. And think about it. Think about just as a Cardinal fan. Take the anger, the angst toward the Yankees and the Dodgers and Mets out of the equation and what it used to be like relative to Major League Baseball off seasons. And I realize this is the ultimate outlier. I mean, if I were doing Take Smith radio, this would be a perfect time because this is like the worst it's been in the DeWitt era with regard to off seasons with inactivity. But just in general, it doesn't matter which market you're talking about. If you're not talking about one of those handful of teams, you just sit out. And for the life of me, I guess what surprises me is we don't hear much about it. But I think one of the reasons we don't hear much about it is because, number one, people accept it. Number two, people know it's not going to change. And number three, there isn't that much interest in it. Right. And so it's a perfect storm leading to a combination of apathy or lack of inactivity. And either way, it's incredibly problematic for the game long term. And so the premise that I've met a good amount of resistance on is that baseball's solution to this ridiculous situation that it finds itself in is, well, look, anybody can win the World Series. Right. But you've created something that is mathematically a heads or tails spot to mitigate the economic disparity. Well, don't be fooled by it. Right. It's a little trick because they can't fight the Players Association. So I think the greatest thing that could happen for the game actually would be shutting down the game.
Yeah,
that's
the question I had. I have a question in the dossier. I forgot I wrote it down. Does the perceived apathy regarding baseball impact? Does the perceived apathy regarding baseball impact people's reaction or the call for change in terms of spending discrepancy and free agency?
You're saying because they're not even paying attention, they're not screaming about it.
Yeah, because no one even cares.
Now I said I didn't follow the question in its entirety, but yes, now that Martin, the way you phrased it, yes, that's right.
Yeah, no one can, people we're like, wow, it's crazy, and that's it. That's their reaction. Is, wow, that's crazy, and they don't care if it changed. Whereas college football, people are clamoring for change right here, right now.
Yeah.
Well,
that's astute. I agree.
And the other sports leagues, the comps, there's a huge free agent in the NFL. Hey, if I told you he might sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, you'd say, yeah, that's about right. Actually, he's talking to the Miami Dolphins. Okay. In baseball, Pirates? Nope. Marlins? Nope. No chance. No. Like zero chance. NBA, huge free agent. Hey, he might sign with the Bucks. I could see that. Add him with Brewers. Like there's no comp at all with the other leagues and what's happening in baseball right now.
And I don't think you hear other leagues necessarily talking about the way they are going to play the games. They might take safety measures in football, or they might take format measures with this new college football playoff. But as far as gameplay, baseball is the one that's tinkering with the gameplay. Right. I think that also is a screaming tell. It's incredibly unfortunate. And again, what I said yesterday was the reason why I got into broadcasting is because I loved the game of baseball. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can picture the Blues in those Norris Division playoffs in the 1980s growing up, and I was lucky enough to remember a little bit about the football Cardinals and obviously the Rams, and I'm a longtime Missouri and St. Louis University fan, for that matter, going to see the Irwin Claggett, Scott Highmark, H. Waldman, and Charlie Spoonhour teams at the arena back in the day. But baseball is what drove it, and for me, I'm just like, it's not specific to the Cardinals. It's the game, and it concerns me. And maybe this offseason plays a role in change, but honestly, I just don't expect there to be any change, and I'm resigned to it, and I think others are as well. And I also think the television situation created further apathy, and so maybe it will be fixed in the near term. But either way, the biggest issue, I think, for baseball is when people didn't have it during COVID, or when they had to switch a bunch of television providers, they found, it's not really worth it to me to switch it because I found I don't miss it. Yeah. And that's when you got a real problem.
And I'm wondering where Cardinal fans this summer that don't go to the games, or even groups that buy tickets that this year are going to sit this one out, what are they doing with their time? Does it become habit forming if they get away from, hey, we used to always buy 10-game packages, or we used to go to about 6 a year. Kids don't want to go. If you lose that group, the Cardinals are always going to be a strong brand. I'm pretty sure, right? I don't think it's the end of the Cardinal brand, but I think you're going to lose percentages along the way of people who say, like the TV part of it, where I didn't really miss it. I don't need to buy that to just get the games. What happens to those people this summer that don't go? Do they get out of the habit and say, you know what, we were happy? And where's that money go? Are you going to spend it on going to City. I don't know. I'm just saying, are you going to have people who now get away from? It's a ritual here just to always go to the game, always have tickets. And I think a lot of the renewals that are down, companies that don't renew, will they get them to come back? I think I've heard in the building down there, they've had meetings with the whole staff saying it's going to be rough. Like numbers are down, renewals, and they're telling people working there, hey, it's going to be a little bit unlike anything you've seen, and be ready for it, which that doesn't exactly spike morale in the building.
Season 2024, sitting this one out.
Print the shirts.
Sitting this one out. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I'm thrilled that I made the switch to him. James has 400 plus 5-star reviews on Google. Here is one. James and his team are knowledgeable and pay attention to detail. They immediately gave us safe driver discounts and other cost savings that our previous agent never mentioned. When our 16-year-old earned his driver's license, sat down with him to make sure he understood all the rules of the road and potential pitfalls. They are impressive. Take the time to make an appointment. You will not be disappointed. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. 947 in St. Louis. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff. Autoplex Blues win last night. They will not play again until Friday evening when they take on the Nashville Predators. A little Hawaii Bowl action tonight here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt, we have caller Lisa on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Lisa, welcome to 101 ESPN.
Hey, guys. So you're talking about the fans. You know, from 90 to 95, when Anheuser-Busch was no more interested than the team winning than the man in the moon, the fan base went down. And I'll never forget Randy Carricker on one of the sports talk, not Randy Carricker, Bernie Miklasz said, where are the fans at? And from 90 to 95, we didn't have all this other stuff, streaming and all this stuff. Fans will find other things to do. And the arrogance of this team to act like these fans, it's just, people will leave. People like me won't, but people that are just fringe fans, they'll leave, you guys. And here's my question when I watch them hire all these assistant coaches. What in the world has Mozeliak and Gersh been doing the last 10 years? I mean, and you know the other thing, guys? If you had Skip Schumacher running this team next year and Mozeliak was gone, I'd be a heck of a lot more energized to go to a game, and I suspect a lot of other fans. But when you see Marmol and Mozeliak still in their roles, come on. They're not trying to win. They're not trying to do anything.
But you're still going to go? You said you'd still show up?
I'll go opening day, but Martin, to be honest with you, I probably go to 20 games a year. I'll probably go to 10 because, I mean, that's all I've known my entire 63 years. You know what I'm saying? But I'm always going to be a customer. I mean, always be a fan, but I'm not always a customer. Why did they destroy it, guys? I really don't understand it. And, Martin, a shout-out to your sister. I saw that segment. That was nice. So,
thank you for saying that.
Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. I just don't understand what Mozeliak is. They're hiring coaches like crazy, no pitching lab, and he is not held accountable. Always remember this, guys. Walt Jocketty hired Tony, not Mozeliak. He only hired trainees, and it pisses me off. All right, guys, take care. I'll get back in that Christmas spirit. Bye.
There's Lisa.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Who was that?
Stingray. Friend of the show, big Mississippi State guy, became a Missouri fan for a year because he got sideways with Mississippi State fans. So I was trying to explain to him what St. Louis was like and let him know that we do have the best fans in baseball, and it didn't seem like it necessarily carried as much weight as I thought it would have. Lisa is a gem, is that right, Jackson?
I mean, how could you not say that after that call?
Yeah.
That was great.
And she has been consistent.
Yeah,
about the manager, like getting in an experienced manager to take over this team. That's been one of her themes.
I like what she said there was I'll always be a fan, but I won't always be a customer. And I think, I don't know if it's necessarily arrogance on the part of the front office. Like, I think they are aware that they're going to be staring down the barrel of a bad business year if things don't turn around quickly. But I think that she's also fair to say, like, yeah, I don't want to go and support the team if, you know, time after time and time after time, they make the same mistake. I respect it. She's a gem.
Yeah, I think
Merry Christmas.
It is a good distinction. You're a fan, but not a customer. So you're hoping things go well. Maybe you'll catch, you know, a game on TV here or there, but you're not looking to spend your money. I in a sad way, I am kind of fascinated to see how this is going to play out. Remember the Padres announcers late in the year saying, "What is this? This is St. Louis. Look at these crowds." If it's like that almost the whole year, are we going to have fun with audio all year of the visiting team's announcers?
That'd be fun.
In shock at what's taking place?
Well, you know, Jackson and I were doing Balloon Party here on 101 starting in 2022. And so we get to see a year that I think, and I'm not saying this like, hey, remember 2022, but this hasn't been like 10 years of Pittsburgh Pirates-like inefficiency. 2019 was a team that made it to the NLCS. Martin, you and I both covered those La Russa teams and then Matheny teams that went to the postseason. I thought it was the least quality team of all that went to the NLCS, and we're fortunate enough since 2000 that there were a number of teams that went to the NLCS 2000, 2002, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. So you got a pretty good sample size there. So that was kind of a little like, okay, they went to the NLCS. But, you know, if it's like if you're, I don't know, Ohio State or Alabama fan, you know when you got a good one and you know when you got one that's just kind of like, okay, we're free rolling here. And then when they ran into the Nationals, it was exposed. And then it became the 2020 season. I couldn't tell you who in the hell was in the playoffs. If you said, I'll give you a grand right now, I have no idea. 2020's playoffs, like I know they lost to the Padres, but I don't know what else went on that year. Don't care. Don't need the answer. And then they get in the one-game playoff in 2021. And what wound up going on with the messaging reminded me of a college football coach who knows he's got a problem and would say, well, we went to bowls. Well, bowls in the 1980s used to matter because only a handful of teams got to go to bowls, and then you started scheduling like the Bill Snyder way with 4 wins automatically, and then you win 2 more and you get to go to a bowl, and everybody goes to a bowl, and it doesn't mean the same thing. Just like going to the playoffs in the 1980s used to mean a whole hell of a lot. With as many teams going in, one-game playoffs, and then the 2020 pandemic playoffs, it was a totally different barometer. But we're now going to justify our shortcomings. Point being, well, we went to the playoffs 4 straight years. And I'm going, oh, God, I see what I know what I recognize the move here. I see what you're doing. And if you're selling it that way, then it's like you got something to hide. You got a little insecurity. And I think fans who know the program were getting hip to it and getting frustrated because it came on the heels of 16, 17, and 18 looking like it was starting to trend downward. But what I have noticed here in 2023 and 2024, and we'll see how it plays out in 2025, the team could be good. There is a totally separate issue now for some fans that relates to what we see attendance-wise, and that is, I don't want to go downtown. Now, for me, as somebody who lived on Washington Avenue and then lived on Olive, within the last 12 years and lived downtown, I don't have that mindset that I know others do. And hey, that God bless, to each their own. But I am one of 3 million or so. And if there is a larger percentage of people who are thinking that way, and hey, if that's what you think, God bless. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. This is the way that it is. And if your metric is the team sucks, I don't think they're very good, I don't think they're trying, and it's going to cost me and or my family a couple $100 to go down there, then we got to park, I don't think it's safe. It becomes a choice of, is the juice worth the squeeze to go down there and either be entertained by it, if you can find the entertainment by it, or support it. And so when you compound that issue with the play on the field and the sense that many have, right or wrong, that they aren't trying to win and haven't been trying to win, because this year's certainly a different set of circumstances with their transparency regarding what they're going to do in 2025. I think it's going to be, unless some young guys just go off, it's going to be a year that makes 2023 and 2024 look like the halcyon days. Because the ballpark isn't being picked up and moved to a location. No. And there has been no marketing. We are at Christmas, and they haven't done a thing. Now, I think there's a weird thing going on with a portion of the fan base that's like, well, how come they're not going out and getting guys? They never said they were going to. What's the weird part to me is they haven't traded the guys either. Right. So there's just been like nothingness. And you're in Jupiter, Florida in 6 weeks. Yeah. What the F are you doing?
Well, I think the calendar was telling. I mean, the calendar comes out, and there's not a single player on the calendar. I mean, is there any team that you're the Yankees marketing department? Hey, I've got to put out the calendar. What do you want to do next year, huh?
That guy that grabbed Mookie Betts' arm?
Yeah, put him on one. Yeah, you got Judge, put him on there. Like, every team's got something they can market, and that, to me, was an acknowledgement. But I do think if you have a product, Battlehawks fans will go to the Dome. They're going to show up. If you're a City fan, you're going to the game. If you're a Blues fan, you're going to the game. But if there is the team's not that good, let's say the Blues tail off, the downtown aspect then enters the conversation. So the Cardinals have this perfect storm right now.
Yes.
Things were just great for them for a long time. Even in the baseball world, things just sort of went their way. What did they call it? Devil magic. Things just sort of always worked out for the Cardinals. And then now I just feel like everything, the game itself, the financial situation in the game, the TV contract, downtown crime, roster disintegration, franchise falling off, it's all happening at one time. It's like all of that goodwill is now being called back, and they've got to put up with it. The question is, can you get out of this? And I think the move, like I said at that press conference, Chaim Bloom was ushered out of there.
Yeah. Boy.
And I thought, well, this was a chance for Chaim Bloom to be, hey, listen, I got a vision here. You got a great franchise, but I just need a minute. I mean, Jeff Luhnow took over in Houston, and he said, this is going to take at least 5 years. I said, God, that's brilliant. He just told everybody, I bought myself 5 years to turn this around, and I think people wanted to hear the Chaim Bloom game plan, even though now behind the scenes he is pulling the levers or whatever and building this minor league staff, which is not going to sell any tickets. But Joe Buck brought up the point, okay, they haven't really been players in free agency, big ticket items. They trade for superstars.
Right.
He said, so if you're not really throwing money around, for the most part, the Fowlers and leaks here and there, but for the most part, you're not throwing tons of money around in free agency, then weren't you putting it in the minor league? How did this happen?
Right.
Why weren't you doing that all along? So, yeah, this is the perfect storm. It's intriguing to see it play out, but it's also very sad.
He'll give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Yeah, what would he be writing and saying if he were covering this? I'm telling you. All right, it is 10 o'clock. Martin, you got onboarding?
I got to hang a little bit. I got
Christmas.
It's tidings.
It's Christmas Eve. It is tidings. We will have the Munganess 10 o'clock hour coming up. That includes the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Miss anything? You can go back and podcast via the TMA STL app. That's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his company, Schaefer Door Company. You can talk it over in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Family and friends in from out of town for Christmas, the holidays, take them down to the zoo, which sounds crazy because it's December, but it's not. It's the Wild Lights going on until December 29th. The St. Louis Zoo inviting you to enjoy the brilliant displays featuring over 1 million twinkling lights, kids' activities, zoo attractions, the Wild Lights going until December 29th. And you can support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. Together Credit Union offering an exclusive zoo membership for members that sign up and get that St. Louis Zoo debit card. Altogether, Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card also get the Sea Lion plush toy, exclusive membership to the zoo, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks. That's huge down at the zoo. You know all about it. If you can enroll, do it at togethercu.org/zoo or stop by any of those 14 area locations. And while you do it, you're helping out the zoo with those rounding up options at the on the debit card. It's the St. Louis Zoo partnering together with Together Credit Union. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on this side of the dais because Chairman Kurt Martin is running the board, and he's getting ready for Thursday and Friday. Jackson and I will be vacationing together. We always do this.
Branson.
To Branson during the holidays. I leave my family.
Yeah. Yep. It's like, hey, it's not weird.
That's your gift to them.
Me and my producer go, and we go 3 days and 4 nights.
That's correct.
Weirdly.
A workshop. Sportscasting workshops.
Yeah, it's a symposium on teasing.
And Chairman Kurt is now running the board, getting ready for Thursday and Friday. Martin and Doug will be in, and then you're going to Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons next week. So it'll be me, Doug, Jackson, and Chairman Kurt next week. The station is off, as you might imagine, tomorrow for Christmas, and we are off for New Year's Day, and we will be back in here following the college football playoff and the Notre Dame-Georgia game, which I've got ending after midnight.
Really?
Midnight.
Well, there was a game, was it Georgia-Ohio State, where a kick was missed right at the strike of midnight a couple years ago. I want to say that was the case.
I was sitting and having dinner at Paulie Mano's when that was going on, and I had my phone there, and I was me and my wife and some of our friends having dinner, and I had the phone up, and I'm like, I'm watching this because I loved Ohio State in that game, not winning outright, but they were getting a good amount of points, and their kicker missed a field goal, I would say, by 80 yards left. I think he missed it 80 yards left.
And that was
hard to do.
That was January 1st, 2023, right at the strike of midnight.
How about that?
Happened.
Wow. How about that?
Striking.
Was it literally right? Like it was,
I think on the East Coast, it was 11 p.m. here.
I was about to say, I'd be surprised if I was still at Paulie Mano's.
I'd be washing dishes at that point.
I believe that was the case. Yes, but he missed it so far right. I feel so bad for kickers when that happens. Because it's like hitting the heel of your golf club, like on a big shot, like big moment, and you just shank one, and then you'll never forget that. It's one thing to miss, and then another thing to shank.
Have you guys been hit by the robo-text holiday greeting? Do you get it from somebody? I think I got yesterday. So Dave Murray sends me a really nice note, like, have a great Christmas, hope your family's well. And I shot back. I'm just sitting at my desk. I wasn't really thinking about it. I just said, oh, thanks, best to you and Janice as well. Then I looked, like, no response. And I thought, oh, that was a robo. Like, he must have sent it. I'm not calling out the great Dave Murray, but I'm thinking he sent that to, like, every contact.
Text. Right.
And then me responding.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah.
Me responding was just kind of a rube move. Like, well, all the best to you and Janice at this point.
Well, I think I don't think you'd be the only person. I don't think you'd be the only person to respond.
Would you send a robo greeting?
Yeah. Probably not.
Now I might have to awkwardly follow up like Larry David. Was that a robo greeting? Did that go to everybody?
Well, that's the thing is then you're inviting like 100 people to text you back, and that sounds like a chore.
But maybe most are aware and don't respond like I did.
I don't think I've ever gotten one of those. It's like a digital Christmas card.
I didn't even know that those were so that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Am I wrong about it? I think you can
this
send.
is something you can do. So I can call up my contacts.
Kurt's kind of the...
A lot of adult stars are going to get a happy holidays from me.
What are you going to get in return? That's what I want to see.
I agree with it.
Have you heard of that, Kurt, where you can send a like you can send a greeting to everyone? It's like a group thing to everyone. Happy holidays to all my friends.
No, and I don't really have that many people I would send anything like that to. So
okay. Well, now I'm going to text Dave and say, was that a...
What if it was a real... Like, what if he was, like earnestly trying to text you, and now you've just gone on the radio?
I've ruined it? Yeah. No, loved it. I just said, thanks, Dave. Same to you and Janice. And then he didn't respond. But maybe it didn't warrant a response, and maybe I've overthought this. I think you can send the robocalls text.
Some rogue media laugh.
I kind of liked it. Very random, but I think it worked.
And I'm sure people are going to be going nuts. I know. I mean, I know it's going to happen. I know. I saw during the Terry Crouppen, they were in there like they were like deposing a case about why I don't play enough drops.
You're like, during the middle of Terry Crouppen.
He wasn't wearing headphones. It's rude to play drops when someone's not wearing headphones. It'd be like playing in a joke and they're not in on it.
Kurt, this is your chance. Just dance on the keyboard here.
I mean,
just go
he's going to come in here. He knows what's going to happen. You're going to have more drops on Thursday and Friday than you know what to do with, Martin.
Oh, I think we welcome that on Thursday, Friday.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
Maybe the first hour.
It's just going to be nothing but drops.
Actually, that's how we're going to promote it. If you tune in Thursday and Friday, we guarantee, I double guarantee, nothing but drops. Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind. Keep it going. Come on. We're on a roll here. This is our holiday gift.
Yeah. This is a nice holiday gift.
Yeah. And people in the YouTube chat, I can see it.
Rolling. My vibrator.
That one always works. You got me there. That one always works. You can play that anytime.
Who is that one from?
Chasey Lane.
That's not from Chasey Lane.
Is it not labeled?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's labeled as Chasey Lane.
Yes. Yeah. I would be shocked if it truly were from her. It's possible. I'm not disagreeing that it's labeled that. I mean, you were 4 when we had her on. There's no way you can like go, no, I was listening.
No, well, but to be fair, like a lot of some of those people we would have on the show sound a little similar. Doug always says the same thing where like if you did the Pepsi challenge with all the different porn stars on the show, it would kind of be like, ooh, is that Keisha?
I'd be able to discern. That's why I immediately heard that. I don't think it's Chasey Lane.
The only one that was definitive was our friend Nina Blackwood, who didn't do adult, right?
She was the DJ.
She was the VJ on MTV.
Yeah.
I will listen to 80s on 8 on Sirius XM every once in a while. It's just in my rotation of crap I go through when I'm not listening to podcasts. And if she pops up, it's like I gotta change. I can't handle it.
You got a little PTSD?
Oh no! It's just
her
like
voice.
Do you got that, Chairman Kurt?
God, it doesn't seem like it's been 30 years. But back in those days, we had household names like J.J. Jackson and Mark Goodson and Martha Quinn. And this lady who I've been in love with for 30 years. It's good to talk to her again. It's been about a year and a half. We were talking about the lovely Nina Blackwood. Nina, how are you?
Hi, Iggy. How are you? I know. I can't even believe it's 30 years. Nobody can believe it's 30 years. I mean,
vocal cord sounds like a garbage disposal. Oh, my God.
Hey, sweetie. Was that straight to the web?
Well, he would have these long intros. I did one of them where he was doing a long intro of this Samantha Fish or Amanda Fish, and he said called her the wrong name after this 2-minute intro. It was so good. I was sitting there. He had to start over.
Like I said, I admire Tim.
I don't know what that is.
That had to be an adult stuff.
I think that might have been Fit Chick.
I don't know. I don't recall names from the past unless I watched them on my Dell back in 2006.
How's that Dell doing?
Strong. Had a lot of poker hands went through it.
I feel like if you touch it, you get some sort of virus.
God.
Jodie Sweetin was a childhood star.
She was on Full House.
Yeah,
was she not?
She was she DJ? Was that DJ from Full House?
DJ was Candace Cameron. Jodie Sweetin would have been Stephanie.
I couldn't remember the name. I couldn't remember the name. Because the Olsen twins, of course, were Michelle.
Right.
And then, okay. I haven't seen Full House in a while.
It was after a 590 show. He was in that back booth, and he said, "Hey, buddy, would you knock this out with me?" And I said, "Sure." And I said, "I don't really know much about," and I'm pretty sure it was Jody because we get a couple of questions in, and then I said, "Hey, you're a childhood star. How did you avoid all the pratfalls or trouble?" And he goes, "Well, sorry, Jody. Marty does not know the whole story about you getting arrested," or like whatever. Something had happened that was like really well publicized that I just had no clue. Where she had in fact fallen victim to the childhood star troubles, and I was like, "Why am I even doing this?"
How about this, Jackson? Greetings, guys. Just wanted to wish you all a Merry Christmas, and to clarify, I didn't intend to become Piddle's nemesis. All good here. Just friendly debate always. Health and happiness to all. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Hey, Sharon Clayton, I got no beef.
Read this dumbass text.
We can have that's what I feel like is lost a little bit. Is like you can disagree with someone and still really like them. I'm sitting in a chair like Doug and I probably disagree on a lot of things, but I love Doug. You know, you can compartmentalize your differences and learn to accept your similarities. And I think you'd find a lot more if you'd open your heart.
Oh
Not
my
you,
gosh,
Sharon.
Martin, how about
Sharon
that?
opened her heart.
Open your heart.
Merry
Madonna,
Christmas.
1986.
All these jerk off textures.
There's Chuckles Marlowe, back-to-back days.
Jerk-off texters.
Oh, I've wanted to play that. That's a good one. I've been thinking about that one actually recently.
Now, why? Because they're feasting on the drops, Jackson. For
sure.
Why is Chairman Kurt able to play the drops and you are not? Give your answer.
Well, I want to push back on the idea that I don't play drops. I do. I absolutely do. I do it all the time. But when Doug is out, like it works. Like it's comedy comes in threes. Like it works better.
Comedy comes in threes, Martin.
Like you
I
had
thought deaths came in threes.
Well,
Celebrity deaths.
Comedy and death. The two lines can be blurred. And
what's happening? Are you having a stroke?
I'm just trying to speak, baby. And I think that when you have three people talking, it's easier for the fourth person to be doing something else, playing drops. Whereas if you have two people talking, you need a third. It's tough to talk, play drop, talk, play drop. Now people are going to say, less talky, more droppy. Heard it, don't
I know.
need it.
You like water sports.
Exactly.
And I'm also, for the most part, I have no idea what you guys are talking about because I'm 90% attention over here, 10% out here, so...
You're droppy Droppenstein. Well, he's giving kudos to you, Jackson, that you kind of multitask. He's locked in right now on the drops, which I think people are.
And if I can be serious for a moment. Over the past couple of years that I've been here, this guy across the way has just shown me so much. I've learned so much from him. He's been awesome to me. It cuts into his time to show me the ropes, and he never.
Jackson's holding up. He's made his hands in the shape of a heart, Martin.
But he honestly, he never fails to help me out, and I would be lost without him. So I appreciate everything this guy does for me.
This is the opposite of airing of grievances.
Yeah.
That's right, and I had a big one to air, but I'm going to let it go.
Well, I saw that in the document. Firing grievances his microphone.
That thing came up.
It's unbelievable.
I do have one, but we can get to it later.
Oh, okay.
We just had that lovely moment there.
When
is it okay to kiss a guy?
Right now, Kurt. Lay one on me, baby.
I love Banty Jackson's sleigh. That's from the bastard James Hahn.
Spelled S-L-E-I-G-H. I hope I spelled that right.
Trade this guy's butt to middays. We demand Tanner. That's from the 314.
I wasn't going to tongue kiss her foot.
Yours run through the gambit. I love it.
KG needs to drink bleach. Wow, you don't usually catch too much shrapnel. That's usually reserved for us.
Is that part of the alliance?
Pish posh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but you never know. Let's see. Every day on TMA is like a drunken frat party at the worst school in America. What is the worst school in America? Jackson would say Kansas.
Well, boy, so many options. What is the worst school in America? This is a low upside answer.
Yeah, so go ahead and put a puck on the net.
Kind of afraid to say it. A couple came to mind. I thought, don't say it.
I'm just going to I'll do it. I don't care. I got to be honest, Miami of Ohio never struck me as a school I'd like to go to.
Miami, Ohio.
It's actually a really well-regarded educational
well,
school.
yeah, but that wasn't good. It's like in the middle of nowhere. It's like in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. It's
outside of Cincy.
It's like farmland, Ohio.
I actually heard the downtown is a beautiful little town. I'm not making this up.
Here we go, yeah.
Miami of Ohio, stand up. Brett Gabbert, call in.
I don't know. I know a bunch of people went there. It seems nice, but I don't know. It seems like in the middle of nowhere.
Horton Watkins went to
decent amount. Yeah.
Judy, or what did you say her name was? Judy Sweeten?
Jody
Sweeten started drinking alcohol when she was 14 after Full House ended and had a number of different issues. Then she wrote a memoir, and in the memoir, she discusses breaking into tears while addressing a crowd at Marquette University.
Oh wow.
My old school.
That's your turf.
So she wrote in her book about a night where I guess she had a speaking engagement at Marquette, but she was coming down from a 2-day methamphetamine, cocaine, and ecstasy binge.
Oh, wow.
So I guess she just started crying on the stage.
Why was she speaking at Marquette?
I don't know. We book all the greats.
That's a weird poll.
We were in a booking
Back it up
war
a
with
bit. Don't really care.
Miami of Ohio booking wars.
Have fun, Jackson. Kerber went to Miami, Ohio.
Damn it, did he really? People can say about Mizzou. I don't care.
just Herb Street, Curb Street, because...
yeah, same team. Damn.
Same team.
That one hurts.
Same team.
Well, I said it, we were talking about it, and I said it, so I'll take the bullet. If I have to take a bullet, I take a bullet. That's what it is.
Mike Hackett Security, Robotext, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Now people are saying Robotext as they send them to me.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
It's the president.
The Godfather is
This is
here.
like Vince McMahon walking in. You're fired.
Please tell me you didn't go to Miami, Ohio.
Oh, my gosh.
No, you didn't go.
Good to know the show is completely off the rails.
Yes. It's a holiday edition.
And thank God we're not in a rating period.
Okay.
No,
Wow.
Martin.
Wow.
Have a great Christmas, you
Merry
guys.
Christmas, John. There he is,
Coach
John
Kowski.
the
That's a
president
drive-by.
coming in.
I was nervous he went to Miami, Ohio.
Yeah. And he walked right to you.
I know.
He walked right up to you, and I'm like, oh, this is the Vince McMahon. You're fired. Oh, my, what a holiday moment it would have been.
Jelly of the Month gloves.
So he wasn't enjoying the show, I guess?
I still am enjoying the work that the chairman is just putting in on the drops.
10 out of 10. I mean, Chairman, I wanted to get comfortable on the board, and he's doing a great job. He will do a great job Thursday and Friday.
How do you feel about Thursday and Friday, Chairman?
I'm feeling better with each passing moment.
Yeah. God bless. I love that answer.
God bless.
Oh, now he's got the grease board out.
He's got the grease board.
Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons, but he'd still like to tell you about Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota.
Doug Vaughn here from Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. One of my favorite things about Munganess St. Louis Acura is their waiting room. When I take my car in there to get it serviced, they've got some fabulous snacks in there. They got some drinks. They got a big screen TV. You're not in there very long because they're so efficient. But if you need an oil change or a minor repair or something, you're just waiting around for your car to be done. I'm telling you, the snacks there, they're second to none. They've also got a phone number to call maybe before you get there, a number to get straight to the muckety-muck so they can take special care of you as listeners of this show. Here comes the number now. Write it down. You should. 314-252-0029, and that'll get you to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They want to take great care of you, as they've done for me for several years now. Check out their websites, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Whether you buy your car there or not, you can still get it serviced at Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
There it is, our 10 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up, this is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, not only does Chris Kerber claim Miami, Ohio as an alma mater.
Wally Zerbiak.
Wally Zerbiak also does.
Saw him in Memphis last year.
Buck Swope. He says, tell remedial math boy to keep Miami University's name out of his damn mouth. I mean, I don't know if you could have picked a worse choice.
Ooh, I feel like I could have. Well, it's not a reflection on the alumni, and I really don't even. It was a
walk in that.
It was a haphazard take. It wasn't one that
I'm just surprised why you didn't go with the obvious one as a Missouri guy. You would say Kansas, and then you just move on.
I keep
Kansas people.
Nah, I keep people on their toes.
Or you say Norfolk State because you're still mad about that game.
No, because that's sour grapes.
Coach.
Yeah, shout out to Mike. I don't know. I just chose Miami. I know it's in like farmland. I don't know. And you say it's like, oh, I went to Miami, and people are like, oh, nice, Florida. No, middle of Ohio. That's that part of it too. No shot at any alumni. No shot at any alumni. I really didn't mean to, but it's fine. Whatever.
It's fine.
Buck Swope's coming for you.
Buck Swope and Kerber, two people.
Well, with Curbs, I do feel bad, but like Swope already rips me to shreds every day. So how can it get worse?
Stag is in the YouTube chat. Martin, Stag is his name.
Like the beer?
I don't know. I just see the name.
Performer or beer?
It says, if you want comparison, Riz literally runs the Riz show, and he hits the buttons for drops.
So
Okay.
that's calling Tim out, I think.
No, it's calling me out.
Because you're too busy to do both.
Okay.
The woman station was just something that hit me like a bolt of lightning.
God, I can't. On Christmas, we're gonna do this on Christmas. This is how people are gonna treat people on Christmas. Maybe I'm the only one who's jolly and looking for good tidings. Apparently, everyone else was a scrap. Maybe you can put it on hold for 24 hours.
I thought you had an airing of grievances coming up.
I do.
Yeah, Jackson's got an airing of grievances coming up. Martin, you're going to head out because you got family responsibilities. Not onboarding today.
I got to go pick up the missus. Got a couple of errands to run, but in honor of just don't press push, I'm going to give him he said, come on, big shush, pass the rock. It's not the Martin show, so I'm going to pass the rock.
Oh, this is how you're passing
Yeah,
the
I'm going to
rock?
pass the rock on the way out.
Just don't press push. There you go. Martin, Merry Christmas to you and yours. Season's greetings. God bless America.
Thank you for all of that. Thank you for welcoming me in to the TMA family.
the TMA family.
Thanks so much. I'll
Happy
be
to
back
have
with
America.
Doug and I'll be here on Thursday, and KG.
Chairman Kurt, Fryer and Drops.
I think maybe 7 to 8 both days. We'll just promise. You know how they do commercial-free Christmas music? We'll just do straight drops.
Straight drops from 7 to 8 on Thursday and Friday. Martin Kilcoyne heading out for the holidays. We will continue with TMA, the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, Jeff Lottman, a loyal sponsor, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you are looking to buy or sell a home, work with Jeff Lottman of Compass Realty, and he has Compass Concierge. With Compass Concierge, you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront cost. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging. Compass Concierge has you covered. Unlock exclusive benefits and get your home market ready without upfront costs. Increase your home's value hassle-free. Ready to elevate your real estate experience? Contact Compass Realty to learn more how Compass Concierge can transform your home. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Back in 2 and a half.
Check on my sounds.
I think a mic might still be on. Audio still on. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, EDF. Longtime sponsor here on TMA. Do you want to support EDF as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. They have a fire extinguisher work. And the answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues will be taking on the Nashville Predators on Friday night. That pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Hawaii Bowl action tonight on 101, pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Munganess online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, 314-252-0029. That's how you can work with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. And then if you need to get your car serviced, Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department, it's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. If you're looking for a new car or a pre-owned car to buy or to lease, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and their accessibility is second to none. 314-252-0029. That is a number that the listeners can contact the people in charge with. That is specific for TMA listeners. 314-252-0029. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Jackson, you've got an airing of grievances. What do we got going on?
I do, and I appreciate the platform here.
Yes, this is. I'm intrigued to hear what it is.
No one gives a damn about anyone's fantasy team, but I think people will give a little care about this. And I want to see if people are on my side.
Huh?
Last night, by the end of the Packers-Saints game, I had won my fantasy matchup, semifinals for the championship, by 0.18 points. 0.18 points. My opponent had the Saints running back Miller, who got 5.1 points. I won by 0.18 points. I'm talking a bunch of mess in the group chat. I'm going crazy. What do I see when I wake up this morning? An extra point has been given to my opponent because they gave the Bills a half of a sack on a stat correction. A half sack got him the 1 point he needed to beat me.
Over 24 hours later.
No. Hours later.
I'm saying after the Bills game had completed.
And the rules on ESPN's Fantasy League is that stat corrections can take place anywhere from a week from the time of the game. So in theory, Mike Evans could get an extra point from the Sunday night football game after next week's games have already started. The fantasy games have already started. I could technically still win my fantasy matchup, but be out of the championship. Now, I'm not causing that much of a stir because I have the second fewest points in the league and I'm somehow in the semifinals. It's been a miracle run. I am Rudy, but that's BS.
So you're done? You've been eliminated?
Yeah, I'm out. Unless I get a stat correction.
So what did your compadre, who you were running your mouth at, what was his response to this sudden change in a stat correction that has caused you now to have to put your tail between your legs and use 101 ESPN to carry out your fantasy revenge?
Not sympathetic to my cause. He, in fact, is throwing it right back in my face to the point where I had to mute the group chat. The fantasy football group chat has been muted because of it.
The opponent wasn't also the commissioner, was it?
No. And I don't blame the commissioner. I'm not going after my boy Private Citizen Pete. It's not his fault. But something has to be done about these stat corrections. Half a sack from the Buffalo Bills is going to cost me the championship. Now, granted, again, second fewest points. It's honestly, I'm a statistical anomaly to even be in there. But I won the game fair and square. Stop the count is what I say.
So it's just over. There's nothing you can do. You just have to accept this.
Unless I get a stat correction on my side that works. And for that, if that happens, I'll change my tune on this whole stat correction thing and champion it. But if it doesn't, then this is BS, man. Like this is, and I talked way too much for as I was superimposing myself onto Rudy. I was FaceTiming him nonstop at like 10:30 last night.
Oh, what kind of cash is on the line here?
Drinking boat drinks?
No boat drink. No, I haven't had a pina colada in forever. But it's still BS, man.
What's first place take?
I don't care about the money. It's like $300. Like it's not like.
See, for guys like me and you Jefferson County, me South St. Louis. I can't even imagine. I wouldn't be able to sleep because I'm trying to get my boys a couple extra Christmas presents.
Right, of course.
But Jackson, I don't even care about the money. Probably don't even know the amount of money.
I
assume it was $150,000.
Yeah, I've been lying. It was actually, it was a half a ticket. No, I don't get it. I don't get the stat correction thing. And my point still remains that they could stat correct a week later after the next round of fantasy has already started.
So in theory, your opponent could think he's in the championship, and let's say Thursday afternoon,
right.
Not so fast, my friend.
Right. What is the stat? Who are these people correcting the stats? That's who I want to know. Who's out there?
John Scores wants to know how a team gets a half a sack.
A team gets a half sack sort of thing. Because, like, if you're team defense and one of the players gets half a sack.
Yeah, but wouldn't another player get the other half on that same defense?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how. It said stat correction, half a sack plus 1 for Buffalo Bills defense.
But if you follow me here, and I know your reptilian brain right now.
Yeah, big reptilian.
But it was 1 sack. That's where we're coming from here. This is just math, right? I know that's something that you've acknowledged has been a challenge for you. But it doesn't matter now if there is half a sack. Like a team can't have 1.5 sacks in a game, correct?
Right. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I think they might be I think they might have just given them an extra sack. Is what I maybe was maybe.
So you lied to the audience right there.
Well, no. I was just reading the stat correction thing. It said half a sack plus. All I saw was plus 1, and I was getting screwed. At that point, I was seeing red.
It wouldn't have come on that play where
I didn't watch a solitary second of that game.
Because there was a play where the quarterback threw like a swing pass.
I don't even want to see it because I might agree with the stat correction. I have to double down here.
But my point being, if there was a sack,
yeah.
I think you actually might have something here. You see what I'm saying?
I might need you to represent me.
If the bill, and I'm very interested in taking on some additional
this is
pro bono.
$300 on the line here.
That if the Bills had the sack, okay, then a player may have lost his half a sack.
Right.
The other guy got the half sack, but still the team defense still had the 1 sack.
Right. I see what you're saying. I think that it might have been like a tackle box situation where instead of a TFL, it might have been counted as a TFL originally.
Okay, so then it wasn't a half. My issue that's throwing me and John Scores off is the half sack thing.
Okay, then I might have misspoke.
Okay.
All I saw was on the stat correction thing. It said something about a sack or a half sack or a quarter sack.
Well, I mean, it's a big difference. If it's a sack, then I understand. If it's a half sack, then I think you might be able to have something here.
Well, either way, I want my win. And I think that I'm being cheated.
Well, one, you would actually have grounds. The other one, you wouldn't.
But my point is not even about the...
You just don't like stat corrections. That's
that's what I don't like, because then it doesn't encourage early gloating, and I like to gloat. That's half the fun of fantasy. If it was just for the money...
Was it the stat correction in general, or was it the time that surpassed?
All of the above. Yeah. It was all of it. If it was going to come earlier so that I can know about it. So that I'm not... I was rooting. They put this guy Mims in instead of the Miller guy for the Saints. I'm sure. Feed Mims. Miller off the field. Spencer Rattler can't throw a lick.
Did you catch any of that Blues Red Wings game last night?
No. It's Christmas.
What's that got to do with it?
It seems like
you watch the Packers and Saints 34-0 tilt.
It's kind of been my blanket.
Friend of the show, Dylan Holloway's out there with the Hattie.
But he would, I need to get in touch with is Buchnevich, who's the fantasy wizard on the Blues.
Yeah, see what his grounds are on this. Get a ruling.
Yeah, because he'll be on my side. He knows. He's a fantasy guru. This is BS, man. And I'm really good at fantasy football.
Clip that off.
I am.
We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. See Buck Swopes loaded for bear after the Miami, Ohio attack.
Yeah.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock. Our Christmas Eve edition of the program. If you missed anything, you can always go back and watch on YouTube. Gather around with the family tonight.
Ooh,
and watch the show on YouTube.
Run it back.
Kelly Chase with us in the 7 o'clock hour. Great conversation with Chaser. John Kelly with us in the 8 o'clock hour on the Blues 4-0 win. Chairman Kurt putting on a drop symphony. And then Jackson's airing of grievances regarding his loss in fantasy football and a stat correction when he woke up this morning.
Furious. I went back to look at it to gloat again. 0.18 points.
Couldn't believe it.
Not there. That's brutal.
All right, BK and Ferrario are coming up next. We will be shutting it down. Jackson and I will be back next Monday. And Martin and Doug and Chairman Kurt will be in on Thursday and Friday. And any other...
Jeff Ablin on Friday.
So all that is coming up. Merry Christmas to all and happy holidays. God bless. We appreciate all of the support over the years, and to our new listeners here on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for the vacationing Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They are confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. 636-532-5008 or aestheticdesignandbuild.com.